Hello everyone, I'm Dren Hatamata, and welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be reading some more CreepyPasta. So, as with the start of these, I'd like to ask you to try and see if you can, if you haven't already made one, have a playlist or something that you can listen to in the background. Something while you listen. You know, like some kind of horror music or perhaps ambiance. Something that you might consider atmospheric. I kind of like the silence myself. So, for the most part, I'm going to be reading in silence. So, maybe that works for you. This is going to be interesting, I think. So, we are partway through B's on the single pages. It's definitely going to take a while. And I'll wait just a little bit. Let me set something up. Cat? Hmm. There we go. Alright, there we go. I should probably start putting that at the beginning of the description along with the trigger warning. That, and also, while I'm on it, keep in mind that you might as well go ahead and have obligatory trigger warnings, as some of the things in some of these creepypastas are pretty up there. There are certain things that I will censor myself with. We will get to a point where I haven't read any of these. Many of these I don't remember. If for which ones I have read, I have not read all 8,000. So if you have anything new, it's the first 6 minutes in regards to the live stream. If you don't understand what's going on, I'm going through over 8,000 stories, starting with them filtered through page, then in alphabetical order. Well, alphabetical, then alphanumeric order. There we go. And everything should be pretty nice. So that's how things are going to go. And we'll see how far I can get. Last time, we stopped on Black Widows. So I'll go ahead and mark that off my list. We got through quite a chunk of them last time. We've already gone through well over 200 in the last handful of creepypasta streams. So, I've got my tea, got mint. Should help keep my throat regulated perhaps. All right. We'll take breaks about at the 2-hour mark. Unless I'm deciding to quit sooner rather than later, then whichever time I've taken a break, if it gets close to another break and I think I'm going to cut it after about another hour, then I might just go ahead and go the extra hour. So let's get started. Black. My mind was distant. My judgment was clouded. As I gazed into the everlasting darkness ahead of me, I felt an impending sense of doom. Nevertheless, I walked toward it, like if I was a puppet and my strings were being pulled. The strangest thing that still haunts me to this day is that it felt like I was dead. I had no will to fight, and no reason to live. As I walked further and further, I saw what happened. I saw what appeared to be a figure standing in front of me. My senses came back to me. I felt scared. I was frozen. My hands were shaking so much that I felt my leg, that's supposed to be legs. My legs were shaking so much that I felt my kneecaps were going to shatter. The figure lethargically made its way to me. It was strange. It was as if the figure had no shape. I wasn't even sure if the figure was there at all. It just felt like it was there. I suddenly felt the blood in my veins rushing faster and faster. I felt like my heart was going to explode. Then the figure spoke, or so I thought. It said a bunch of random noises that were piercing my ears. The strange thing is that no matter how random the things the figure screeched out, I understood every word of it. It said, "Perception has been lost. Follow the path that can't be touched or seen. You can't sense the presence of those that don't exist. Outside of your time. Outside everything you know." I never woke up, or so I thought, because I wasn't asleep at all. I was at the end of the path, but there was never a path, but it always existed. I stand here, idle, awaiting the cleansing, awaiting my end. That's really abstract. That one's kind of going a little over my head, aside from a few grammatical errors. I don't think I get this one that much. I think that's the only thing I'd really have to say. Someone else might have a better chance of understanding this one, but me, not so much. Oh, hey, blackness. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's the blackness right there. Hell yeah. Okay. Glad they got a picture to go along with it. Blackness. There's something about the color black. Some may say that it's not a color, and neither is its opposite, white. Some say that black is the absence of light, and white is the absence of color. Black has also been the symbolic hue for evil. Perhaps this is due to the fear of darkness humanity has so long been embedded with. A fear so strong that the lack of light will drive one into peaks of insanity. Long before civilization, long before the great efforts of making tools, man has braved the darkness of infinity, the night, with only the moon by his side. And yet the fear we feel inside for the darkness of night is but a sliver of the reality. For the night has been the home of the stars in the sky, and the only blackness we see is the blackness due to the absence of daylight. Taking one moment to close one's eyes would reveal blackness skin deep, for the light could still penetrate the eyelids. Where is the lightless abyss, the true blackness? Where can we find the true absence of light? And yet the more appropriate question is, why does darkness exist? Does it have a purpose? What horrid, monstrous, mad things does it hold behind its blanket of nothingness? What if I told you that I knew the things behind the veil of blackness? I knew of the things that man feared in the early years of Earth, and their premature drive to fight back the madness with light. The veil of true darkness blinds them from human sight, but our once keen senses would have still heard their murmurs. And now multitudes of secret worshipping of secret worshippers long to hear the whispers of the sleeping insanities, longing to reach the state of euphoric lunacy, forever chanting, forever praying, until the stars align themselves in their rightful positions. For the veil that separated madness to insanity can only last for so long. What if I told you that the date everyone has coveted, the date that has been marked long before the first Europeans settled in the New World, is the day when the stars will finally reach their alignments? You would tip your hat and say goodbye once the words reach your ears. But I know what I saw. I know the numbers. I did the math. I studied the stars, as the minds had done before me, and I knew when the blackness wouldn't matter anymore. Yeah, 2012. This was probably real close to the time. It was probably made just before it, like a couple months maybe. That'd be my guess. So, in case someone in the future is reading this and you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, during 2012, the people were looking at the Mayan calendar and realizing 2012 was when it stopped. It didn't have any years after that. And they thought, well, is there some significance behind that? No one was really sure. A lot of confusion was had, and many people had gone to their assumptions. And it became increasingly interesting that no one really thought that maybe that's just the end of a calendar. For the most part. Well, I suppose a lot of people did, but many people were suspecting it that some people were experiencing a sense of hysteria. So a lot of people thought that the world was going to end in 2012, and it never did, as it is 10 years later, and we are still here. Take that. Assuming people of the mines. But this was okay. This was interesting. Going to the Mayan calendar thing was actually something I wouldn't have expected. I probably would have left that out and made it more ambiguous that we didn't know what exactly the idea was in regards to what the blackness is and what the math of the date of the stars, whatever. I would have left that out. The Bladed Sun. Redirected from the Blade Sun. Okay. You met a lot of weird people on online games, chat rooms, and even social networking sites. Well, this is a story about one of them that I met, and I'm still in contact with them. I played an online game called Shin Megami Tensei. Shin Megami Tensei. Imagine online, and it has its fair share of weird people. For those who talk about orgies and those who talk about their fantasies, there is a character on the game who is named the Bladed Sun, and she will talk about many subjects: torture, and eating cats and dogs. She has a special game she reserves for her close friends. One of them is called the torture game. She gives you 3 things that you have to kill with her with, from razors to guns and everything in between. And if you do not succeed in completing the method and killing her, she will torture you. The 3 things I got were a rusty nail, a serrated knife, and a shovel. I finished her game. First, I got the rusty nail and jammed it into her eye socket, then tore apart her wrists with the knife and ended it by breaking her neck with a shovel. She simply replied, "Good attempt, but don't bore me again or I will hunt you down." So if you ever played the game, look her up, The Bladed Sun. She may be kind, but even psychopaths know how to act. Another game, it's kind of standard. I don't know if it's how true it could possibly be. Shin Megami Tensei. I'm pretty sure I'm not saying that. I know there's Tenchi Muyo. I think that's a derivative of that, but whatever. Blair Witch. In the woods of Maryland, go to any forest camp with at least one other person and wait until 9 o'clock at night. You will see either a lady dressed in white drifting through the trees or a creature skittering across your path. If you follow the lady, she will run and disappear into the darkness. Your friend will try to kill you, and with whatever is handy. They will probably succeed if you don't follow her. She will speak to you. Say you are lost. If you don't do so, she will stab you, and you will be found in your friend's house. He will be blamed for your death. If you do, she will lead you to her house. Stay for the night. She will be gone in the morning. If you stay, you will die in 4 hours and will be found in the depths of the woods. This is another ritual one. It's okay, I guess. This is one that I would have expanded more on what's actually supposed to go on. Seems like it'd be more complex than this. And I can't remember when the Blair Witch really got popularized, but I don't know if this was before then. Blankets. Dear Susan, I love you. I sent you out to get some milk because I knew that the monster had finally found us. I can hear him, shuffling about in the kitchen, looking for me. It's okay, though. I'm safe here. When we were children and we heard the monster, we would go to the only safe place we could find, our beds. I'm hiding in the one place he could never find me. The monster can only hurt us if he can see us, and I am safe under these blankets. What's funny is that there's enough light to write this Oh. These blankets are flannel. They're see-through. Run. It's not safe. You are next. Are flannel blankets really that see-through? Also, why would the blanket be the thing that stops you? I mean, there's always ambient light. I don't know. It's eh. Also, the whole this part is what gets me is if we're typing on a phone, this just doesn't seem like something that would happen. The scrambled letters. It's supposed to be symbolic of, being pulled away from a keyboard, but at least in my experience, it doesn't seem to work. I think if you're going to do that, you would rake across your keyboard, for one thing. And then, it's the idea that, how did you submit it? You have to sit there and, grab at the keyboard before you get taken away, like hitting some of the symbol keys, trying to hit enter. That's how I think that would happen. But I always see this, S, G, D, F, H, S, S. I mean, kinda, but I find it hard just to not see like a C or a B or an X or something, or a Z. I think what it'd make more sense if you rake across it with whatever you're close to your last letter, which starting at E with the S and G and D, I could see that, maybe even with the F, but the H is a little too far. But I would see them trying to rush back and get to the enter key somehow. Blink twice. I blinked twice to make sure what I was seeing was real. Fuck. I muttered to myself. Hitting the brakes, I brought my car to a halt, letting it idle for a moment before I put it in park and turn it off. Some part of me was clearly revolted by what I saw on the road, but another piece was curious. It looked almost like a horribly mangled roadkill, but no car could have hit something that size without leaving anything behind. Against my better judgment, I pulled my keys from the ignition and stepped out of the car, eager to get closer and look at the thing. I approached it cautiously at first, before realizing there was no reason to fear something that was quite obviously dead. As I got closer, I could see that this was, as my instincts had originally told me, no normal animal. The sprawling, deformed mass of blood and flesh seemed to defy all the rules that life, and as I had observed it, defy all the rules of life as I had observed it usually followed. A fact that was not helped by the massive amount of trauma that it had apparently sustained. Now, no more than 2 feet from the creature, I felt like vomiting at the repulsive sight and smell. All I wanted to do was get back in the car and drive away, but some desire to know more held me in place. I picked up a pebble and tossed it at the thing, not really expecting this to reveal anything, but curious all the same. The pebble landed with a sickening squelch, then sank through the creature's flesh and disappeared. That was different. Then the mass quivered. Shit. I turned to run, but only took a few strides before something grabbed my ankle, throwing me to the ground. I screamed, digging into the pavement with my fingernails as I was dragged towards the now fully alive creature. As I became more frantic, my actions grew more and more erratic. I flailed my arms and my freer leg in an attempt to escape the clutches of this horror, but to no avail. My fingernails cracked and broke as I desperately clung to the asphalt, leaving tiny trails of blood along the ground. My terrified screams for help went unanswered, and all my efforts made to resist the pull came to nothing. In the end, I didn't wonder so much what the thing was on the... In the end, I didn't wonder so much about what the thing on the road was. This is one of those curiosity killed the cat type things. Or I suppose the fuck around and find out clause in everyone's life agreement. And I guess this kind of goes back to, this is one of the ones that says, how do you explain how they got the message here? Because the whole thing about creepypastas is they're stories that are passed down on the internet as myth and lore, meant to scare and unnerve the reader, and there's so many that don't explain how it could have gotten here. That's why the ones that are like an experience that they're recounting often comes off more interesting. How did you get this here? OP. And I think what really tied it in was the ones that were like, and if you're wondering how I'm typing this, well, turns out the dead really can do things. So like some cheesy stuff like that. I don't like that myself. The blinks. Whatever you do, don't blink. Do you ever get the feeling of being watched? You're lying in bed, and it's like something or somebody is there, watching you. That's because there is. On the 17th day of every month, keep all your lights on. Have a light on in every room. Why? I'll tell you now. There's this thing. It's not human. You'll be lying in bed, and out of the corner of your eye, you'll see it. Whatever you do, do not close your eyes and burrow down under the covers. Turn around and face it. Stare at it and don't blink. Every time you do, it'll get closer. If you hide and close your eyes, it'll run over to you. When you open them again, it'll be right in front of your face, staring at you with its cold, dead-looking eyes. Don't make a sound. It'll leave after a while. If you do let it get you, it'll rip your eyes out and hang you with your intestines. It'll use its sharp, pointed fingers to carved, I blinked across your neck. So whatever you do, do not, under any circumstances, blink. Kind of comes to the weeping angels, like from Doctor Who. Always interesting in concept, at least in my opinion. Things where you are, I wouldn't say obligated, but where you have to think about it and whatnot, and kind of put your head into it. It creates a pretty interesting dynamic. Fuck it, I can clear all these. Sorry, I'm just trying to get a grasp on some of the things going on around me. Alright. Blood Angel. Contents. November 10th, 2008. Hello, my name is Michael. I'm a student at Wilcox High, and I'm now in hiding. I'm hiding from them. 2 weeks ago, a new guy joined our class. He seemed normal, even happy at times. So innocent. I was wrong. So wrong. After a couple of days of him arriving in town, my friend died of drowning. But we don't have a beach here. So how did he drown? Nobody knew except me. I suspected that guy. January 15th, 2008. A couple of days after the death and funeral of my friend, he seemed more relieved. He seemed much calmer. Freak. I tried following him. I tried to catch him doing something nefarious, but he didn't stop at his home. No, he walked through the whole fucking town, never fucking stopping. He walked over 2 hours straight. I had to give up. I was so tired. January 16th, 2008. The day after I tried trailing him, he missed class. The next day, and the next. He was gone the whole month. Reading the news, I found out that they found him stabbed in an alley. An estimated time of death was about a month ago. The next day I came home from class. I was hungry, so I cut myself some apple. My chef's knife was missing. I tried looking for it, but I couldn't find it. Date unlisted. I'm the freak here. I killed him. That weird fucking prick. The knife missing. He was stabbed. The motherfucker deserved it. Remember how I said I was hiding from? Do I know who? The police. If I escape, and I will, you're next. You fucking weirdo. This journal was found under the bed of 43-year-old Michael Andrews, who believed he had been a high school student. He was shot on sight as he raised an axe at a police officer. The tape is called Omega 1. Investigation to be continued. That's kind of interesting. I would love to see an expanded version of this. Some more entries that were done over a longer span of time. More explanation of the weird kid. To know more about what's going on. Shut the fuck up, YouTube. I'm doing a thing. And honestly, I actually do like the ones where they find the documents somewhere and they're basically just providing it for you. I don't know, something's fun about that. The Blood Mirror. There was a rumor of a great palace found deep in the deserts of Egypt. A massive complex of 4,000 rooms protects a single, most prized possession of ancient Egypt, the Blood Mirror. It is said that every 1,000 years a great hero of mankind must take his way down to this mirror. Must make his way down to this mirror, to stand before it in pitch blackness at 8:06 June 6, 066 at 666. And behold their own death. Their own image appears to slowly distort, letting out a horrible silent scream as their teeth and skin melt away, leaving streams of blood to run down the mirror and pool at the bottom. Gazing into the pool of blood on the other side of the mirror of their own blood will allow them to view the Antichrist's birthplace, which they will then scream out in horrible screams of pain for an hour and 6 minutes, before their heart stops. If the Antichrist isn't stopped, all of mankind is doomed to an even worse fate. It has been exactly 940 years from June 6th since this last happened. The next date is 2066, but the location has been lost. The hero will find this place, but we must be there to hear his screams, or we are lost. 6/6/2006. Interesting. Not practical. It's kind of one of those situations where, like, yeah, okay, that's kind of vague. How do I fight this thing? It was one of those ones where it doesn't make as much sense. You know, if we haven't seen that in that many years, wouldn't it be something that would have been discovered in order to know about in the first place, or there's some hieroglyphs? Honestly, providing a picture in this one would have been interesting. Like just putting a picture of generic hieroglyphs would have probably aided this. Alright. Sorry, I'm getting more comfortable. The blood over my room. There was this one day. It was the scariest day. It was the scariest time of my life. I had returned to my school days. My mom was so happy. She made me watch TV. I was stressed out until my remote control started to blot blood. I was scared. I ran out of my room, but I forgot one little thing. I locked myself up. The thing is, the only way to open the door is by unlocking the other side. I was scared. I panicked, but I didn't mind. I wiped the remote clean, but something worse caught my eye. The television started to pour blood. I screamed and said to myself, "What the hell is happening?" And after that, I wiped it clean too, but things started to get worse. The walls poured blood, and it was a terrible nightmare. Everything was covered in blood. I ran out in the window shade. Good thing there was a pack of cushion in my landing. I told my mom, "There's blood all over my room." I shouted terribly. "Calvin, it's just your imagination. Stop it now, okay?" she told me. "Yes, Mom," I told her. The nightmare lasted for a week. I couldn't sleep. But after November, which is a bit cold every day before December, it was gone. So that's kind of interesting. I wonder how it would be if the implication is that the house is bleeding, but in the colder months it coagulates too much for it to be running. Blood scent. My first posted CreepyPasta. I hope you enjoy reading it as much as I enjoyed writing it. Neat. Wish you had wrote down your name. Don't you just love how some people claim to be frickin' werewolves? I mean, it's the funniest damn thing I've ever experienced. Oh, I'm a werewolf. You know what? I might suck your blood at night while you sleep. It's all because of that Twilight craze, right? God damn it. Whatever it is, it's so annoying. It gets on my nerves. And how they just put it out there, it's hilarious. I can smell blood from a mile away. I can leap huge buildings with a single bound because of my super awesome wolf legs. You're not safe around me. Get out of here. Sheesh. They sound like overglorified emos. It makes me so angry. Sometimes I swear I could just eat them alive. Terrible. But what interest is it to you, right? You're not going to have to deal with one of those. Blood sniffing, glue on, claw wearing, funny looking freaks. Are you? You're not going to have to deal with them, always acting like they know how it is to have a hunter's instinct, a blood scent, so to speak. Being able to smell wounds and pretending that they can leap around, sprint around, chomp around, slash around, feast around. Feel that breath on your neck. I think you might have been cut recently. And that smells mighty tasty. It was okay. Honestly, I am kind of glad that it didn't have a whole bunch of errors like a lot do. Ooh. I didn't expect a Twilight thing, but yeah, I figured it was kind of predictable. The implication being that they're the real werewolf and they know what's actually going on, so they don't like all these fucking posers. Oops. But no, fuck Twilight. That was made terrible things. All right. Blood to the bounty. I did something I wasn't supposed to. I stole a game. It was a beta of a never released game that I got it, and I got it. The game was called Blood. It was a PC game, so I got my laptop and started to play the game. The title had no music and only had one option: new game. I clicked new game. Ooh. I clicked new game, and it started, and I started off in a room with a lot of blood, and I mean a lot. All of it almost covered the whole room. I moved on to the door to the room to say, I moved on to a door in the room. It said bounty. I looked closer at it. It was written in blood. I asked myself, what is all about? Is this all about blood? I ignored it and walked into the next room. I stared into the various body parts everywhere. I almost puked. I had to walk on dead bodies and body parts. Excuse me. I was starting not to like this game. This is not your everyday game. It was an evil game. Whoever made this was sick. Why did I get this game? I don't even like PC games. I'm starting not to feel good. I feel like I'm dying, but I've played this game. I feel like I'm dying, but I play the game still. I walked to the next door. I did not want to see what was in that room, but I still opened the door. It was very dark. I looked everywhere and saw something hanging. I looked closer, and I wish I hadn't. It was a little boy. He was covered with blood. I puked this time. There was something written on his arm. I'm your blood, and your bounty. I pissed myself. I was really scared. More scared than the last room. This was really evil. I said to myself, I'm gonna kill the guy who made this game. But I continued playing. Then something did not want me to stop playing it. I kept wanting to see what was in the next room. I started to walk to the next door. I opened it. It was a bedroom. It had no blood or anything. It had no blood or anything. It was just a bedroom. Next to the bed was a desk with a book with the title. The title of the book was Blood Bounty Bay. Blood Bounty Boy. There, only one page. It said, Blood to the Bounty. I closed the book and walked to the next door. The disc slot opened and the game closed. I sat there for what seemed like an hour. I went outside and burned the game. It's been 5 days, and when I sleep, I hear Blood to the Bounty. This is more standard gaming creepypasta. After a while, there's only so many times where you could just say, I got this game at a yard sale, or I took this unmarked game, or unreleased beta. I mean, there's only so many times you can really say that before it becomes an incredibly played out thing, so let's take a moment and appreciate the OGs that got to it first and made it a proper thing. For gaming creepypasta like this, I really think that if you're going to go this route and it's a pickup type thing, you really want to expand on the game yourself. Like, really go in depth of it. This is a shock horror, clearly. I'm sorry, but if you're playing a game, there's very little that's really gonna entice puking for most people. Much less pissing your pants. It's just not a general thing. So I have a hard time believing anything about it that makes any sense. I don't know. I can't say I appreciate it as much. All right. Damn it. Blood. Lots of blood. Sometimes you find creepy shit, usually on the internet or real life or even texting. Chat rooms especially, since they can be extremely random. The internet can make you feel uneasy, and real life can kill you. It must not be making any sense to you. Let me explain. Have you ever been to the forest by the old sawmill in Washington State? Near the Notches River. Bless you. Bless you. It's a huge campground that everyone goes to on Labor Day or Independence Day. It's great scenery. I forgot what its name was. I just know there used to be an old sawmill there. It actually exists, and this is a true story. The river you see is home to lots of steelhead salmon and is the source of water for many animals. Note the natural ponds found there with insects, tadpoles, and diseases breeding in them. So anyways, there's nothing paranormal or any of that Bigfoot shit you may be thinking. It's just Bigfoot shit, as you may be thinking. It's just that I wanted to talk about something strange I found there. I went camping at the place last summer, and I was walking to the river when I found arrows with a rusted revolver. The arrows didn't look like they were from modern-day hunters, and the revolver was Western style. I found a child's skeleton nearby, too. When I tried to fire the revolver, the child's skeleton shook for some reason. I thought it was a murder scene or something, so I picked up the skeleton to alert the authorities. And almost screamed when I saw the skeleton had two heads and rotting eyeballs within its sockets. It was sort of new. An animal must have ate it and left its skeleton behind. I reported it to the authorities and they gave me $1,000 for an unknown reason, and a 12-gauge combat shotgun for protection. I was confused. I then saw the poster at the sheriff's office. Missing conjoined twin, 1K reward. I was tripping the fuck out. So I decided to go back to the camp and pack up and go home right away. It was nighttime and I didn't really care. That's when I saw it. It had sharp claws, it had sharp teeth, it had a sharp tongue, it had a sharp mind. I had a dull mind. I looked at the shotgun the sheriff gave me and grabbed it. I shot it dead instantly. That's when I heard screams from the other trailers. I ran inside my truck. I stayed there overnight. I woke up the next day surprisingly without harm. I looked at all the other camp trailers. Nothing but devoured bodies and blood. Lots of blood. I like that one. That one's a nice, sweet one. I think that one's pretty appropriate for a small, short story. I think it explained it. It leaves the ambiguousness to what it is, and I think that works for this story. A little bit of subversion by telling you, hey, it's not paranormal, it's not Bigfoot, and you don't really know what it is. You don't know what to think of what it could be. Bloodspore. The game Spore Creature Creator for PC was released in 2008. Drawing attention to many EA fans, Spore became a widely known game over the internet, and by now, it was almost impossible to search YouTube without seeing creations that people have made, noobish and professional. The game allowed you to create animals and civilizations however you like, from 3 eyes to 10 mouths. You could float through the sea or as a cell. You could float through the sea as a cell or fly around in space. Then in 2009, an expansion pack was released, its name being Spore Galactic Adventures. Yet again, the EA fans swarmed the shops searching for it, walking home with this amazing game in their hands. On Wednesday, 7th July 2010, it was posted on a private Spore fanbase of the glitch, posted by the user Pzoo. Pzoo claimed to have witnessed a glitch unknown to the even Maxis, Spore's developer. The first time, Pzoo had claimed to see a series of unknown creatures. The creature's name had been blanked out. All of the creatures took form of a human, almost realistic. The first creature was nameless. The second creature had 7 unknown characters for its name. In total, there were 9 creations, all of which crashed when Pzoo attempted to open them. The creature editor opened up like normal. The creature appeared as a human, covered in red dots. Upon entering the texture editor, however, it would result in a crash. Pzoo also claimed that once the game closed, the game box would remain on the desktop, even after a restart. The icon at the top left of the box resembled a human head, covered yet again in red dots. Pzoo opened the game once more. The buttons on the menu all resembled the human head. Upon entering the Sporepedia, one more spore creature was said to have appeared, its name being Labonric. Oh, I see it. Its model represented what looks like a city filled with corpses, a hacked part. Playing the creature stage of the game, the ground was pure black with no water. Yet straying out to low ground would result in a fish creature eating the player. Only the creature's body was replaced with a line of red. Pzoo had by now quit the game altogether. His final post on the Spore fanbase was a line of continuous dots. He was never heard from since his final post. His profile had revealed that he was last online Wednesday, 7th July, 12:57. Before his last post, seemingly impossible. The day after, another player named Vendersis had reported the same glitch. The only difference was another creature in the Sporepedia. A skull and crossbones icon was attached to the creature's icon, indicating that it was extinct, even outside of the character's stage. The creature's body resembled a black box, its texture resembling 8-bit skeletons, mushed together. the most disturbing of all, the creature's name was Bazoo. Nobody else received the glitch, which was sooner named Bloodspore. Now it leaves the question: is Bazoo dead? You know, this one I think is okay. This one doesn't lead to as much ambiguity, and it could be that Bazoo is just completely just decide, fuck it, I'm gone. Not even gonna use this profile name anymore. You know, just completely trash it and not do it anymore. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Alright. Bloody Gur. Jonin Vasquez, the 20-something creator of Invader Zim, was apparently going to use an image in the show of a lovable Gur with blood apparently sprayed on him. Well, Nick didn't like this very much, so they told him to take it out and refused to use it, although the image itself had already been drawn. So instead, out of spite, Jonin hid the image in single frames throughout many of the episodes, starting with Bad Rubber Piggy. Just about every episode afterwards contains the image in a single frame. You need a frame-by-frame VCR DVD and very good eyes to find the Gurs, as well as they're well hidden and transparent. The first one found was in Bad Rubber Piggy, after Zim throws the piggy into the portal. Dib throws a punch at Zim while he's in his mech uniform. Next, you see the piggy swirling around the portal. And right after the piggy disappears, you can see a bloody Gur in the flash that occurs. I recommend that right when you see the pause on your DVD VCR, and then go frame by frame, slowly and carefully until you see the bloody Gur. You should be able to see Gur's head with some pretty graphic blood on it, and the red duty mode eyes. This frightening enough is real. I remember this one. I believe my wife and I actually went back looking at this, and I can't remember if we actually found it or not, but at least in the videos, I mean, the problem is anyone can edit them in, right? It wouldn't be hard. You just have to take the episode itself, take the clip that's expected of this, and then throw it on. So is it in there? Are they in there? Honestly, it'd be interesting. And as far as like the creator, this actually doesn't scream as scary enough. It's not really frightening. It's more of an Easter egg. Can you find all the bloody Gurs? You can play a game out of this, and I don't see this as being that frightening unless there was something more behind it in regards to like the comic books, because I do believe this was very comic book based as far as this series went, and generally, you know, the comic book creator has a little bit more leeway in these regards. I'm gonna do one more, and then I'm gonna make some more tea. I'll stay hot, Mike. The bloody hand. Touch it. 1 month till death. Grab it. 7 days till death. Take it. 3 days till death. Smash it. 1 day till death. Hi, I'm Jeff. I'm 8, and I will die in 3 hours. I should probably tell you my situation now. I live in St. John's, Newfoundland. People in the USA might not know about it, like Texas. But I live here, and in this place called Bowring Park, there was a picnic table with a hand on it. Nobody knows how it got there, but everyone knows the story. Touch it. 1 month till death. Grab it. 7 days till death. Take it. 3 days till death. Smash it. 1 day till death. I threw a rock at this bully and broke it in half. It's 9, so I got 3 hours till I die. It's 9:30, so it's more like 30 minutes till I'm dead. It took me 30 minutes to look up what happens when you have 1 hour left. Your body slowly rots away. At like 5 minutes, all you have is your head, heart, and hand. Most people say to keep your eyes closed, but the sight of your own body rotting away is scary. I have to go and eat my last supper. It's 11:55, and I'm rotting. My eye is popped out, and I only have my remaining eye to open this right with. I'm scared and dying. There's no chance for me. My life is about to end. All I see everywhere is the hand. It's on my wall, in my closet, on my chest, next to me in bed. My family is trying to get in. The door is locked. I'm sorry this is so short, but I haven't enough time to write it long. Goodbye. It's kind of neat. I was just looking at Gracie.
You worried about her?
Yeah.
What is it?
She was trying to get up on the counter and she was having a hard time.
I think her joints are a little worse than we think they are. I think we might have to take her to the vet, see if there's anything we can do.
Okay.
While we get the chance.
Oh. Yeah, this was interesting. Hey, also, do you remember Bloody Gur?
I do.
Do you remember if we actually found those frames?
We did, and I even did research on it, and it is confirmed
Did
that as a sick joke, they did stick Bloody Gurry. Now, CreepyPasta's like the last episodes where he kills like Zim.
no, not the just the Bloody Gur. All it covers is that it was in at least one frame of every episode after Bad Rubber Piggy.
It wasn't in every episode, but in a couple, yes. Like in the beginning, where you see Zim and Gurr and stuff, or like there'd be like just standing Gurr covered in blood and shit. And it's like, yeah, it was a sick joke by the creator, and it's like that's kind of fucked up.
I don't know. I find it like because wasn't it a comic book before it was a series?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. I do know he was doing comics before anything was made into a series.
Yeah. Well, so you get more liberties with comics because you're pretty much the proprietor and creator. Whereas with the series, you don't have as many of those. So I can't say I'd be that surprised. Oh, a recipe on this one. All right. Bloody meatballs. 1 1 ounce canned jelly cranberry sauce. 1 and 12 ounce bottle of ketchup. 1 12 ounce bottle of ketchup. Okay. Commas and periods, people, please. 2 pound bag frozen pre-cooked cocktail-sized meatballs. Combine sauces in large saucepan, cook over medium-low heat, stirring until smooth. Add meatballs. Cover and cook for 15 minutes or until meatballs are heated through. Stir occasionally. I mean, yeah, it's going to make it a nice deep red, I guess. All right, I'm going to go ahead and make some more tea real quick. Shouldn't take me more than a couple minutes. Hot mic. Puss Light. Hi, am I late? Not too terribly late. Nothing you couldn't make up. I'm just making some tea right now. So I was keeping a hot mic because I was gonna come back as quick as possible. In fact, it just sounded like it just filled up. So I'm gonna make that real quick and I'll be right back. All right. I've got a fresh cup of tea. So I'm going through many, many stories, one by one. I've got 8,800 plus stories, and we're starting with the single pages, and then it's in alphanumerical order. So, one by one. So, there's going to be a lot of really bad ones, too. So, be prepared. Various trigger warnings of, I guess, almost any topic at this point, because I don't know what all these are going to be. Feel free to put on your own ambient music. I like the silence myself, so that's how I'm doing it. All right. BloodyPulp.flv. I was on my computer. It was 12 at night, and I didn't know why I wasn't asleep. I looked around to reassure myself that nothing was there. I'm afraid of the dark. So I checked my Facebook, YouTube, and almost everything else, until I forgot my email. I haven't checked my email for a while, so I bet some interesting spam or other junk was in there. I opened up the window and blam! A bunch of new emails are there. Most of them from my friends telling me to get online or whatever. But here is one email right here that doesn't look like the friendly email I usually receive. I open it, curious, and see the link with a few words next to it. Open if you dare. I noticed this isn't one of my friends' accounts, so I didn't get what was going on, considering I'm 12 years old. I clicked the link, getting ever so curious. An animation application opens. Huh. Funny, I don't remember installing Animator. I clicked the only folder that can be opened with the program. It boots up for a while and starts running. I still can't get it. Farah, please get off. Nope. Careful, girl. Oh. Sorry about that, cats. Going on, gamers. Wait, why am I missing part of that? Oh, what's going on, gamers? There we go. Why is that cut off, though? Whatever. Not much. We're reading CreepyPasta, and I got interrupted by a cat. Being a jerk. Anyway, I clicked the only folder that can be opened with the program. It boots up for a bit and starts running. I still can't get it out of my head what I saw. It still haunts me to this day. It was an animation of people getting cut, gassed, or stabbed in many ways. It kept repeating, like it was on an endless cycle. Kind of weird, I thought. But the next stuff that happens is stuff that disturbed me more than anything ever. A flashing photograph of people getting murdered, hard, and killed in many horrific ways, and in each one, there was a clown. A fucking clown. I don't know whether it was supposed to be there or not, but it looked at me like it was part of the pictures, like it was alive and watching. I looked at it for a second until I turned the damn thing off, and now every time I turn my computer on, I can see a clown in the corner of the screen. Waiting. That one's okay. Uh, couple grammatical issues. I feel like this is a good PSA. Don't click on fishy links that you get in your email. Not the very best. No. No, I wouldn't say the very best. It feels like a first time pasta. I don't know. Uh if the creator is actually 12 years old, they could be. Murder incident. Clown murder incident. Shit, what year was that? 2018? 2017? The whole clown epidemic thing during Halloween? Yeah. Well, keep in mind, the latest that any of these are going to be is 2013 because I copied all these in college. Oh, 2016. Behold. Yeah, everything here is 2013 and earlier. October 3rd, 2013. I don't know how far off they go because I was just copying pasting them because I didn't have internet at home at the time. That's how I got 8,826 of them. Well, there were a few more, but some of them are duplicates. Moving on. Oh, yeah, that's fresh. Oh, this is like, oh, it isn't. Seems like a short version of one of the scary stories to tell in the dark. The Bloody Toe. A mother asked her son to buy some meat for supper, so the boy went to the butcher and asked her for some meat. But they were out of stock, so the boy went home empty-handed. They were very poor since the boy's father had died. His mother was furious. He told him to get whatever he could find in the garden. The boy was searching when his hand wrapped around something round and hard. He pulled it out, revealing a toe. He shrugged and then decided to put it in the stew. They ate their supper, and the boy received the toe in his supper. Later that night, when the boy's mother went out, he decided to go to bed when he heard a voice. "I'm going to get you," an unfamiliar voice said. The boy lay still for a moment and then went back to sleep, but was woken again by the voice. "I'm in your kitchen. I'm going to get you." He heard the sound of the tapping of someone's feet. He hid under the blankets as he shivered. "I'm at your bedroom door. I'm going to get you." He shrieked as he heard his bedroom door open and crawled under the bed. He covered his mouth. The smell of rotting was unbelievable, like a million rotting corpses. In front of him he saw two rotting feet, one missing a toe. "I'm going to get you. Now!" Oh, jeez. Yummy. The Bloody Toe. Yeah, I believe that it's one of the scary stories to tell in the dark, right? I think I remember that. We actually watched the movie on Netflix. What, bro? IQ 1000. Smartest kid I've ever. Yeah, average. That's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah. Um, Not exactly the thing I would have thought either. Hmm. It's not anything I would have expected to be appetizing. Oh hey, Team Fortress 2 one. I think I vaguely remember this one years ago. Oh wait. All right. Bloody-eyed Pyro. One day I opened up my Team Fortress 2 browser. It took about 6 minutes to load, which was usual. I had an average speed computer, good enough for Team Fortress 2. And when it opened up, I couldn't believe what I saw. It was a regular Pyro, but with its goggles ripped open. Its eyes were bloody, the skin around its eyes were pale white, its head tilted to the side, and it looked as if it was popping out at me. Then, even creepier, the Spy is right behind you music started playing from my speakers, which were unplugged. I didn't think much of it, so So I went on MVM with my TOD ticket. I encountered a person named Pyro, but I didn't care. My team wasn't that good, so I decided to leave. I checked the scoreboard to see my kills. Then I noticed something. Pyro's name had changed to Bloody-Eyed Pyro. I got a bit creeped out by that. I moved my eye and saw he was on tour 666. Now I was scared. I left the match and guess what greeted me? The Bloody-Eyed Pyro. I went on a practice server because I had enough for the day, and every single friggin' player was a Pyro. All the same, with the same white bloody eyes. They weren't on red or blue. It didn't say. I was the only one in the match. So I went on Steam forums and posted about my experience. It was removed immediately. I thought it was Valve trolling everyone. So I asked every damn person on my friends list. No one knew anything about this. I posted on my forums again, but this time I got a response. It was from a player named Anonymous. Here's that response. Yeah, me and H saw that Pyro thing. I don't think anyone else did. He creeped the heck out of me. I looked at him. I thought he was some hacker that edited Pyro version Googles to look... Grammar. I thought he was some hacker that edited the Pyro vision goggles to look like that. I tried to report him, but I was kicked from the server saying you have been banned from the server. Reason? Pyro. That scared me. I look at the players, and only H was there. I haven't seen that little idiot since. But I still have nightmares. Then the post was removed. After 6 hours, 6 minutes, and 6 seconds of being up. I went back on Steam, and all of my friends were gone, but a single person, his name was Bloody Eyes Pyro. I decided it was my friends messing with me. So I sent him a message saying, hey dude, good prank you pulled there, bro. I got scared at first, but when I realized all of my friends were gone, but you, I realized you had to have changed your name. Nice one, mate. Tell the others to re-add me, okay? He made no response. Then he said one thing. If you post on forums again, I will kill you. There's a lot of gaming creepypasta, and a lot of them just aren't that good. This is kind of one of those. You keep using the 666 trope, the sixes trope. It's just. It doesn't work the way you think it does. It really doesn't. Like, having more random times would actually likely work better. And I don't mind the concept. The concept of, games doing these kind of things is great, but your execution in regards to the story is just... Ugh. Alright, what's going on? Where's my tool from the book? Oh. Is this up to date? Okay, that's up to date. Okay. I was checking my latency. Oh no. Dream clone's getting crazy. And draw. Very creative time. Yeah. I would make fun, but it's older, so... Yeah, I mean... So, I believe the Wikia started in, 2007 or something, and I was copying and pasting these one after another, starting in 2012 for the most part. I mean, there's going to be a lot of bad ones, and I've already gone through some bad ones. Like, the last 3 streams, when I started this, ugh, my god, were there some bad... I mean, there's some good ones. You can have a short creepypasta and a gaming one that's pretty good. You just can't really use things like this. It doesn't work the way you think it does. You can kind of tell this has got to have been someone young who was trying to get the understanding of how creepypasta are, but it's not coming through. Oh, neat. The bloop. Have you ever heard of the bloop? It's an ultra-low frequency and extremely powerful underwater sound. It was detected by the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in southern part of the Pacific Ocean in 1997. Now, the hydrophone array that picked up the sound was in a very remote part of the ocean. You may want to keep that in mind. The NOAA's words, the bloop, rises rapidly in frequency over time, over about 1 minute, and was sufficient amplitude to be heard in multiple sensors at a range of over 5,000 kilometers. The NOAA does not believe the sound that came from a man-made object, such as a submarine bomb or even something like an underwater volcano. Nope. The audio profile of the bloop resembles those of other marine animals. The kicker? Even if the audio profile resembles that of an animal, it is several times louder than the world's loudest animal, the blue whale. Is it possible that some creature larger than any whale is lurking in the depths of the ocean? Um, this is okay. This is another one of those that I wish would have more to it. Like, to give you an explanation, um, I suppose you could look this up to try and see how accurate that is. But it's interesting, I guess. I can't say I'm really roped in yet. Of course, saying the bloop, I get that that's the sound, and I don't really have a problem with that. It's just really hard to get into that. I was addicted to that thing so much. What, the spectrogram, or because spectrograms are neat. Uh, it was okay. I just want, if you're gonna use this, I want more, like more of like the explanation of the sound or whatever. I guess the idea I love. Yeah, see that's what most of these are so far that I've gone through on a lot of these. The concept's interesting, but they're too short to really build on it in this case. Oh god, a Blue's Clues one. Oh, I think. Wait, this is part of the Goodman saga. Hmm. Hmm. Goodman saga. Okay. I didn't realize that. I don't mean it doesn't necessarily mean it's good. All right. Oops. Blue's Clues. Supposedly, the producers of the children's show Blue's Clues attempted to smuggle a forbidden episode of the show onto the air. Rumor has it that it partially succeeded. The first 30 seconds of the episode aired, but it was then taken off the air and a different one was broadcast instead. A few people claim to have seen it in those 30 seconds, and say that Steve was facing the camera with a grim expression, trying to tell the viewer something that had happened in the show's premiere. This has all been dismissed as a prank until a DVD was found by a woman named Alyssa Goodman, who is apparently a cousin of the 30 siblings that have experience with the paranormal. She claims that this is what she saw when she put the video in her DVD player. Steve comes on screen. He is sitting in his thinking chair with a grim expression. He then says to the viewer, "Please, if you are watching this, please help us. They took me, Blue, and everyone else away from our home. We are enslaved. We had to act in the show of some sort, Blue's Clues, and they abused and tortured us if we didn't obey. Or sometimes, even if we did, we hated it. We wanted to go back home, but we're trapped. Please don't let us suffer anymore. Free us, please." She says that she now has the phobia of kids shows. She fears she fears that the characters in other shows may have the same fate, and she can't bear to think of that. This is part of the Goodman saga. Ah, eh. Some of these are okay. Um, Honestly, part of it's just kind of yeah. Welcome to shitty work life. Like I have that joke in my head. I worked at Walmart. I know how much it sucks. Don't worry, we'll. I don't know. It's I remember that there's a few stories from the Goodman saga that are really interesting. Um, like $1 Wave. It's like 11 pages. And I have made that one into a video, and it's fun. It's a really good one that I like a lot. All right. My timbers are shivered. Minor troll Jeff Bezos employees. Yeah, yeah, Jeff Bezos. Fucking Amazon. I don't use Amazon for. I very seldom use Amazon. I try not to use too much of their assets when possible. This is solidarity. I worked in retail and I worked in warehousing a little bit, and I didn't enjoy it that much. It was a job. Now I have a better job, and I don't do nearly the amount of labor that I did then. Get like get paid like twice the amount. All right, Blur. Oh God, I see caps lock. Okay. Blur. I've seen him once. Have you too? It starts when you see an insect or a head somewhere. But when you look at it, it's gone, and all you see is a gray blur. Others have seen it. I'm not crazy. Why am I here? Why? Can you tell me? Why? Tell me, 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 tell me. He's everywhere. Others seen him. Why am I here? For God's sake, let me out. I'm not crazy. He killed him. Not me. Box. He came from the box. He looks exactly like him. I did not kill anyone. He did. I saw the news. The box belongs to him. He's smiling at me, grinning at my eyes. He is the killer. Let me out of Deva. Let me out of Deva. I don't belong in this asylum. I do not belong in Deva, god damn it. No, he is. Ending is unreadable due to blood. It seems to have a piece of cardboard on it. Last entry in the patient's notebook. Official police report. Patient 83739's cause of death seems to be lethal stab wounds. The most probable conclusion is suicide since patient was holding the knife on the document's left hand. On his dominant left hand. There are no visible signs of struggle. Possible cause of suicide was deep paranoia, relevant to the boy in the box mystery, towards which he claims the boy is seeking vengeance by causing deep fear that thereby causes suicide. He claims in this notebook that it exists only on the edge of sight, and when he looks at it, it turns into a gray blur. After a few weeks of this, he starts to see the boy's face, which causes his fear. Several suicides have been linked to this story. Okay, man. Whenever I see all caps like that I normally get a red flag, but that's not as bad as I was thinking in this regard. And then this helped. This helped a lot. This bottom section for the police report. This definitely saved what it could. I think it could have done without the all caps, though, to explain the yelling. But this is another one of those that conceptually is interesting. It would be another one that I would love to see developed into a bigger thing. Like, it would make a great movie in regards to a couple detectives trying to figure out what's going on with the boy in the box mystery. That would be interesting. So you have a whole bunch of entries like this, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. That would work well, I think. The Boogeyman. My closet door slowly creaks open, and out slips the monster that has terrorized me for the past week. It slowly crawls on the floor, extending its twisted, broken limbs one at a time. In the twilight, I can make out its naked, pale, translucent body twitching with blood pressure. I think it believes I am asleep, as it makes no attempt to silence its labored breathing. I can hear its saliva drip to the floor as it takes ragged deep breaths thick with mucus. It draws near my bed now, and I feel its hand grab into my mattress as it attempts to pull itself up from the floor. I examine the hand in paralyzed horror, taking in every detail. It resembles a human hand in the most basic level, but it only has 3 fingers, each of them bony and twisted. The nails are hardened and thick. They have a wretched smell of blood meal. They have a wretched smell of blood meal on them. Its face suddenly jolts into view. As I quickly shut my eyes, I saw its face, though. Its nose is grossly elongated, and it's missing the lower half of its jaw. Its head is too tall for its face. Veins run through the entirety of its pale face, pumping dark red blood. In the artificial darkness behind my eyes, I try to pretend it's not there, but I can feel its wet breath on my face. I listen to its breathing for what felt like an hour. It suddenly stops. I cautiously open my eyes, expecting a welcoming sight of an empty room. The thing is an inch from my face, staring at me with black, soulless eyes. It attempts to form a sentence. I cringe as I hear it garble. Glad you're awake. We're going to have some fun. Okay. I'm trying to think. Wait, no lower jaw? How the fuck? Whatever. No, seriously, how? How would it. One of those ambiguous speaking things. It's all in your head. It's all in the head. It's all in the head. Alright. Uh, I think. I think this one would have been better with more details in regard to how the person was feeling. I think it did great detail for the monster. But I would stretch out and be more detailed on how the OP is feeling. Boiled sweat. I used to have a little brother. The only memory I have about him is when I shared with the boiled sweets that I was given for tea. Boiled sweet. Sorry. Even so, my brother, who was only 1 month old when he died, still lives on in our heart. Oh! Oh! Oh, he accidentally killed him. Oh. Wait, right? You need help there, hon?
I might. He wants to eat.
Ugh. Cat problems.
She wants to eat. And my tummy's still upset.
Cat. Mm. Don't yell at me. Lay down, little girl. Boiled sweet. Sweat is SWEAT. Boiled sweet, not boiled sweat. Oh, that makes it weirder. Boiled sweat. Alright. Boiler room. If you go to Montpelier, North Dakota, you will find a small school. If you go into the school and then proceed to the basement, you will find yourself at the door of a boiler room. Go into the boiler room, and you will see blood spattered on the walls. On closer inspection, the blood forms a pattern. Words. If you can read the blood, the light turns off. If you try to leave, but the door is slammed shut and is locked. It is said that 50 years ago, some punk kids locked the janitor in the boiler room while it was malfunctioning, exploded, and killed the janitor and the children. The spirit of the janitor now haunts the school and lures children into the boiler room where he murders them in the act of vengeance. Ciao.
Where is it? No. Get down.
Why do you have to scratch the wood crate? It's for your toys. Why you gotta disrespect your cat toys? It's a containment field of wood. Stop scratching the wood that contains the stuff. Ah, cats. Alright. Alright, boiler room ghost. Okay. This seems like one you could probably hear. I wonder if this one's actually based on a real one in North Dakota. I would definitely like to if anyone knows that. There's a lot of these you could probably just research. I'm not going to do that here because there's 8,000 stories to go through, and one of those stories is 150 pages long. Now, there might not be as much reading, but there's a lot of pictures. That's NES Godzilla. It is massive. Oh, no, wait. That one's like 300. Hold on. Let me scroll down real quick. Okay, yeah. That one's 388. 50-foot ant. 153. Lord Loss. 173. My God. That's a lot of pages. Like, some of these, I'm going to have to get to the point where... Oh, shit. Like, when I get to some of these, it's just going to be, I'm going to have to just dedicate solid streams to these. Like, it's going to have to be like one of these is probably going to have to be like a several-hour stream just for that story. Oh. Humper Monkey's Ghost Story? What the fuck? I haven't read all these titles. I didn't know that was one of them. Oh. Jeff the Killer versus Jane the Killer. I hate you. I'm hoping. Oh, yeah. Ben, aka Majora's Mask. 26. Nice. But yeah, there's a. Woo! Mind these. There's a sizable amount of 2-page ones. Yeah. 2 and 3 page are going to be huge. And 1 is already a lot. Alright, we're back. We're still in the bees. We are... There we go. Oh, another recipe. Some of these are recipes. I still copied them down. Alright, bones bread. Ingredients. 3 eggs beaten. Jerk. Beaten eggs. What do they do to you? 2 teaspoons of almond extract. 1.5 teaspoons of ground cloves. 4 teaspoons of baking powder, 2 cups of confectionery sugar, 2 cups of all-purpose flour. Directions. 1. In a medium bowl, stir together flour, confectionery sugar, baking powder, and ground cloves, and beaten eggs and almond extract. Mix well. Roll dough into 1.5-inch balls and place firmly on the well-greased cookie sheet. Cover cookies with a tea towel and let stand overnight. Cookies will rise and spread. Preheat the oven to 325 degrees Fahrenheit or 165 degrees Celsius and bake cookies for 10 to 15 minutes until golden brown. Wait, those are cookies? Yeah, I guess it would with that much sugar. I thought they were biscuits. But it says bone bread. Why does it say cookies? Okay, whatever. No, are you gonna chill? Cat, please. Oh. Alright. Boogeyman. I have trouble sleeping at night. In fact, I rarely sleep at night. I spend my nights on the computer, reading this and that on the internet, creepy stories, philosophy, and psychology related documents. It interests me greatly. I stay awake all night, reading and talking to friends on Facebook while drinking cups of tea. I like my tea. I feel called out. I gather my lost sleep during the day, like at school. I find that English is the easiest, or music class. Last night I read this one particular story that made me hairs that made the hairs on my back. Why is that hyperlink? That made the hairs on my back stand on end. It was titled The Boogeyman. I thought it sounded cliche, but my curiosity bested me once more. So I decided to read. There wasn't much else to do at 3:30 in the morning. The story was pretty long. It took me an hour to get through it, but I'm glad I read it. It was written it was really well written. According to this, the boogeyman comes when everyone but its victim are in a deep sleep. He walks around your house and gently taps on the window, trying to find which window is the one for your bedroom. He starts to tap louder and more violently as he gets closer to you. The victim in the story I read was at her computer in her bedroom, just surfing the internet. And she started to hear the tapping sound. She turns her head, looking around her room cautiously, but the tapping stops. She continues what she was doing, and the tapping starts up again, this time a lot louder. A little paranoid, the victim stands up and walks to her bedroom door and makes sure that it's locked. She then walks towards her bedroom window to make sure that nothing can see or get inside. Just as she was about to sit back in her chair by her computer, the tapping returns. This time it sounds like it's coming from within her room. Starting to freak out, she starts to search her room for the source of the noise. She checks in her closet and in the drawers of her desk, under the donna of her bed, and under the bed. As she lies on the floor, she sees two bright green eyes staring back at her. She screams and jumps, and hitting her head on something hard. She falls to the ground. She struggles to roll over, and she sees a giant furry creature, too tall for her room. It started to breathe heavily and leaned over her, studying her. It moves its hand and reaches down for her throat. He grips her by her throat and pulls her up, choking her. She claws on the giant hand around it with it cutting off her airways and kicks and beats at the monster, but to no avail. Her face changes colors from red to blue to green and then to brown, the color of the monster. As its grip tightens around her fragile neck, she goes limp. She falls, flailing her arms and legs at it, and she goes limp. She stops flailing her arms and legs at it, and the monster lets the limp body fall to the ground. With a flash of bright light, the boogeyman instantly vanished. I turned my computer off as my eyes were starting to fail to stay open. Just as I am about to crawl into bed, I hear a tapping. Previous 2012. That one's okay. That one's pretty okay. I think it's an appropriate length for a quick summary of what's going on. And I like the premeditated tapping after the fact of the story, and tells you the story before his part gets told, basically. The bookshop. Somewhere in the heartland of America, resting in the comforting airy mess of the old-time shops, is a dingy antique bookstore. If you knock on the door or rattle the doorknob, the owner will refuse to answer. Repeated actions might make him yell out, "Closed!" But he will still not come to you. This is how he weeds out the ordinary customers. Go to the bookstore with an old book and a golden pin in your left hand. Prick your right ring finger with the pin and write on the front window, "I have a book," with your blood. It doesn't matter how small the prick is, enough blood will come out for the message. The owner will open the door to you. He is a small, weary old man with a hunchback and one glaring glass eye. He will favor you with a crooked grin and tell you that in exchange for the book you hold, you may take one book away with you. Perusal of the shop will lead you to finding the one book you need to change your life in the way you want it. Be warned, however, not all books are as helpful as they appear on the surface, and none of them reveal how to change your life in non-ritual means. I like a lot of these um, explanations on what to do in a certain situation. If you guys are familiar with the Holder series, I really like that, and this is kind of like a requisite of that. So I definitely would encourage things like this. I think it's interesting. It doesn't leave to Shao. It doesn't lead you to assume what's happening. It's not like by an OP. It's not by like a first-hand account or anything. It is basically a ritual pasta, right? At its core, and I think it works pretty well. Fun little one. The bottom locker. In every school, there exists one locker. This locker will stick out from the rest, as it will be unoccupied by any other students. The locker will be old, the paint peeling off and the lock rusted, and it will always be the bottom locker. Each of these lockers share one combination: 2, 34, 19. Go to that school on a Saturday night, a time when it will be completely uninhabited. Find the locker and enter the combination. It will open instantly. Inside the locker is a notebook, a lunchbox, and an eraser. I would highly recommend against taking anything from this locker, as the items in it will only bring harm. Immediately grab the notebook and leave the school. Go straight home and lock all of your doors. Make sure that nobody saw you as you exited. Also, do not ever return to the school. If you do, you will grow ill and die within the next week. The lunchbox can only be opened through the special ritual. Get a sterile razor and slit your left wrist. Let the blood drip over the box, covering it in the red liquid. Then hold it above a lit candle. The box will pop open. Inside you will find a beating human heart. This is the heart of your loved one. If you ever lose it, or let it get damaged, it's your loved one that will perish. The eraser is very special. It has the power to remove any object from existence, but only one. It can be used to cure the world's evil, or it can be used to become a powerful dictator. The problem is, it will change history. Even removing something as simple as a carrot could alternate the time. Even erasing somebody from history. Finally, we mentioned the notebook. Go to your old elementary school. Take a clump of dirt from the ground and sprinkle it onto the notebook. Open the book up. You will immediately notice that the pages have been burned. Bury the notebook in the ground. It will catch on fire and burn as soon as you fall asleep the next night. Also, never tell anyone what you have done. They will drop dead as the words leave your mouth. So no one will ever know. Well, good luck Well, I was just telling him this thing. And what was that thing? Well, it's on this drop. Huh. Sounds like you need the SCP Foundation. If I manage to get through all these stories, I guess that's what I gotta do next, is go through every one of the SCP files. Oh my god. It's so massive. It's so massive. I don't know if I'd ever be able to get through them all. I remember this picture. Shit. Alright. Bound to the darkness. Remember when you were scared of the dark as a kid? I bet your mother always told you there's nothing in the dark that isn't around during the day, or something similar. As a child, you eventually believed them, and now sleep peacefully, I would assume. However, their logic is terribly and possibly fatally flawed. Every child naturally fears the dark, or that's what parents are led to believe. In reality, they fear what hides within its shadowy confines, as are wise to do so. Evil has always done its most terrible acts under the wings of night. Have you ever wondered why? Evil entities are are tied to the darkness as at a fundamental level, some to the point where they become darkness incarnate. They are at home. Oh, excuse me. They're at home beneath their Carmerian veils, and thus shun the light. Why do they avoid the light, you ask? Light, as is its nature, reveals the truth about all things. Evil beings who glance upon their true selves often go mad on the spot. By the same token, darkness obfuscates the senses and makes it easier to catch one's quarry unawares. Many are the domestic entities that can blend seamlessly with the dark places, and are thus almost imperceivable to humans. Those terrible beings have tormented mankind since the dawn of time, and thus the hereditary aversion to the lightless places is explained. Remember this when you are in an ill-lighted area on your own, for the creatures of the shadow are always watching and hungry. So the next time you are told not to fear the gloom, tell the other person of the true, foul nature of the dark. You are never alone in the dark. See, I do like things like this that they bridge a concept to be fear, something to fear. The idea that we're brought up, told not to fear the dark or what's in the dark, being a little bit subverted by the idea that, well, maybe you should. And possibly for some people, bringing back the idea that there is something to be scared of in the dark once again. So I could definitely see this under the right circumstances being a pasta that works really well. It's okay as far as how it's written. There's a few changes I would probably make. I probably wouldn't make it as documentary as it sounds. Or maybe more documentary, actually. I would put like 2 more lines of good explanation, probably right after this. Something like that. The way I like to see is in regards to darkness and light. Um, if it's too dark, you can't see a thing, but it's the same problem if things are too light. That they are there meant to complement each other, and that neither of them should be taken for granted. The boy in the back room of the store. There was a small little store which can be found in Sanford, Maine. The name has been forgotten, for it is hard to find. If you can find a small store with the really faded sign, foggy glass and broken glass all over the ground, you have found the right place. Open the door. If it is locked, find another way in. Hopefully you brought flashlights. The place will be empty, and a foul smell will linger within the building. Beware. There will be a back room, and upon entering it, there is no turning back. Enter the back room, and close the door behind you. You will get a weird feeling in your gut. There will be a wooden box in the center of the room. If not, you are safe to leave. You will leave with the good luck for 1 month. If the box is there, open it, no matter what. You must open the box. There were some who didn't open the box and tried leaving. No one knows what happened to them. Once you open the box, take whatever item is in there and leave. If there is nothing in the box, take the box. Once you are home, bury the item. If it is a key, everything you ever unlocked will be everything you ever want unlocked will be unlocked. If it is a knife, every person who does anything wrong to you will come back to them worse. Not death, though. If it's an eye, you are very lucky. You will begin to gain psychic powers and become very wise. Your lifespan will be close to doubled, and you will still look young. If it is a candle, you will be able to see in the dark, like bats. If it is a miniature submarine, you can breathe underwater. If it is a feather, then you can glide when you jump from a certain height. Any other object you bury. It will just give you a day's worth of good luck. If it was the box, bury it. If you're caught with the box by it won't be happy. If the box is buried, you are safe, and granted a day's worth of good luck. There is no catch, no anything. Well, except that if you die, your death will be slowed down and more painful. Not that bad, right? Perspective, perhaps? It's like you might want to debate that how slow. And blue. I think I got time for this before we go to a break. All right. The Boy in Blue. In the small town of Agra, Kansas, a local legend tells of a young boy who, if approached, will murder his victims. The boy has been named the Boy in Blue due to the fact that the boy is never seen without a large blue winter coat on him, no matter the temperature. The boy was first spotted in 1973, wandering across the streets of Lower Agra around 2 a.m. A car full of men stopped when they noticed a boy walking around with his head down and appeared to be crying heavily. When confronted, the boy simply asked, "Can you take me to the record store? I want to see Daddy." The men agreed and began driving the boy to the local record store, which had been foreclosed less than a year ago. During the ride, the survivor of the Boy in Blue encounter says that when the radio was turned on, the boy was in a mere catatonic state, staring off and apparently drooling. As the ride continued, however, the man being interviewed said that the attack commenced once the radio had lost signal. The record store had been far out of local signal range, and the boy went into a violent frenzy, attacking 3 of the 4 men at amazing speed, killing 2 and wounding 1, only severely, that had succumbed to their injuries later in the hospital. The boy had reportedly gotten out of the vehicle and resumed his crying act, walking back into town. Autopsy reports that the 3 victims showed that the boy had tore into their necks using his hands and teeth. Dental records were ordered, and what police found was indeed shocking. The dental records belonged to a boy by the name of David Smith, who had been murdered along with his father in Agra record store in 1972. Police were dumbfounded and the case went cold. Since the initial sighting of the boy in 1973, several more have occurred and several murders and disappearances have apparently been contributed to the Boy in Blue. What's scariest is that the sightings are no longer just being reported inside Agra, Kansas. Reports have flooded in from places like Russia or Canada. The only known things about the boy are that it possesses inhuman speed and strength for his apparent age, and the only possible calming mechanism or relaxant for him is to play any form of music, possibly reminding him of his father. If you see anything related to the boy, for the love of God, do not approach him. Run or drive as fast as you can and get the hell away from him. The boy is commonly seen walking the streets at night and wandering through dark alleys during the daytime. Report any sightings to your local law enforcement. They know more than they wish to tell, and any information is crucial. That's actually a pretty good one. I love the idea of the legends and rumors and stuff. I think this is a really good one, actually. Very appropriate length. Doesn't over-explain. It doesn't over-exaggerate, really. It's a nice one. All right. So, what I am going to do now is I'm going to take a bit of a break. It's been 2 hours. It's good to take a break about every 2 hours. So, feel free to take a break. Get up, stretch around, get something to drink, get something to eat, go to the bathroom, whatever it is you do during your break. This is the intermission. All right, we're back. Okay. I'll go ahead and throw that in chat. All right. Go ahead and start with the next story. The Boy on Ice. It all started when I was bored, reading CreepyPasta on the web. I decided to go to bed, and knowing how cold it was outside, the fact that we were supposed to get a lot of rain tonight, I was sort of bummed. Another boring day at school, I thought. While I was asleep, there was a gentle pitter-patter of rain falling from the dark, ominous clouds above my apartment. And believe me, I was only asleep for about, what I'd say, a couple hours, until I heard a large crack of thunder, causing me to startle awake. And being me, the little scared boy I was, I clutched the covers up around me, so the noise wouldn't be loud. But the rain only seemed to get a little quieter. The next day, I got ready for school, and the usual. But when I got to school, the field next to the playground had police tape around a small portion of the normally wet parts of the field. Since it was very cold, the watery parts were frozen over. I walked over, and I gazed in absolute horror. What I saw in front of me then and there was a child no older than 10. With his head completely cracked open, blood drained on the ice. I almost puked at the ghastly scene. Apparently a gang of bullies thought it was funny to shove a little kid around on ice. I hope those bullies got their entrails ripped out and tied around their necks. But they already started getting mentally harassed. No one knew where exactly the other bullying was come from. Some suggested it was cyberbullying. Some say it was just started going insane. Me, I'm very interested in the paranormal, so I think it may be something out of this world. In fact, it started happening the day after the murder made my theory even stronger. The next day, one of the kids was swatting at their air like he was trying to get rid of a fly, but I didn't see any flies in our classroom. I started to believe my theory more and more every day. About a week forward, one of the kids had a deep laceration on his back that looks like it came from a knife. But I know what knives can do. After all, I'm the one who did it. Oh, did I just spill the beans? You're next. Meh. It was okay. Actually, the first part was actually pretty good. Okay, so it's the setup for the payoff that I don't like. I think it was a bad payoff. I think if you wanted a better payoff, you wouldn't have done it like that. You wouldn't have done where he's the person who did all of it. I think because I almost puked at the grisly scene. There's no reason he himself would have puked if he was the one who did it. You know, I mean that it doesn't make sense. You know, of course, it makes more sense in the video game ones. And maybe it's just because I haven't experienced it. Like, I felt nauseated on first person games, but every once in a while, depending on how much it's moved around. But I just don't see it by image alone. Oh boy. Boy Scout Troop 666. I gave Supreme Message permission to fix the pasta due to the undercookedness of the pasta. My mom told me never to kick people. On a chat room is an exception. What the fuck is this about? What? 12:46, September 25, UTC. What the fuck? I have no idea what this is. Okay, whatever. Has anyone heard of Troop 666? This was the troop that went into a camping trip and never came back. I was watching TV when suddenly I fainted, and then I was at a campground where they were last seen. It was the Devil's Nook Forest in Rovensville, Minnesota. It was very dark out, which was very strange. I couldn't even see the moon. I was walking around wondering where I was until I saw a bunch of corpses. I went and immediately called 911 on my cell phone. The cops never arrived. To this day, I am scared to death because of this event. It seems to haunt me in my dreams sometimes. It was a horrible event, and I don't think anyone should ever have to experience it. I was in therapy for years due to this. I had the urge to see this site, so I drove to the location I was in the dream, and I saw a single gravestone. It read, "Rest in peace." It said my name, but I censored it. I was never found again. See you at the camp. Eh, eh, meh, it's okay. I don't. This really ruins whatever the hell was supposed to be going on. Undercookedness of the pasta. It needs to be longer for something like this. Like, I don't know. I just don't see it. Like, I'm looking at this and just, I saw it going there, but I guess you see a 666 and you're already going ahead and throwing down a couple marks as it is. Oh man. The Boy Who Cried Knife. Once upon a time there was a boy, but now he is no more than dust in the wind. His story begins like most fairy tales, but ends like most horror movies. His name was Jerry. He worked as a slave for his father, also king of his town. He would go out in the afternoon and pick his father some wheat and hunt for some chickens for food. One cold winter day, the wheat was gone and not a chicken in sight. He remembered what his father had said to him every day he left to go out to gather his goods. No food for the king, no life for the little boy. Jerry became worried, wondering if his father would keep his promise. The little boy Jerry wandered deeper into the snow-drenched woods. Still no wheat still no wheat and no animals. It was now midnight, and then Jerry became lost. He screamed, "Help! Help!" That's when he saw a man, short, shady, and glowing red eyes. The boy stood in silence, and the man pulled a knife from behind his back. The Jerry howled, "Help! A man has a knife and will kill me! Please, anyone! Ah!" The man, the man-like figure disappeared, and a nearby woman took the little boy home, wrapped him in a blanket, and whispered softly, "It's okay. I'm here now." The woman lifted her arm and the kitchen knife in her hand and said, "Now the king will have all the food he can eat, and you don't even have to go looking for food anymore." The woman put the knife to his throat and yelled, "Cry for me!" She slit his throat, and then the king had his feast. Today's special, gut and blood soup. Mm. Mm. Oh, this is a fun one. It's just, I think this needs more space for that payoff. Like a little bit more running around this area. Boyfriend. A young boy was found dead in his apartment, lying in a pool of blood. The victim appears to be 14 to 17 years old. His belly was slit open and his intestines were dragged out, but not missing. The intestines are found on his neck. The murderer strangled him with them. Every organ in his body seems to be present. The reporter drones on, but he was wrong. One vital organ is missing. I always said I'd win his heart someday. I feel like there's a lot of you guys out there that probably know someone like that. Oh. Looks like we're jumping into the seas. The bread box. Down around 14th and 9th, there's an alley between the parkade and the small office building. Unlike many downtown alleys, this one is clear of parking and transients. In fact, there never seems to be anyone at all in it. There's never a car cutting through to avoid traffic, never any teenagers looking for somewhere quiet. Despite the presence of loading docks and parking spaces, it's as desolate as downtown can be. If you walk down this alley in winter, you smell rotting meat coming from the dumpster and hear sounds emanating from it that sounds like rats. But if you look inside the dumpster, you'll find that it's empty other than a plain tin bread box. The bread box will, despite being a kind of non-manufactured for decades, be in mint condition. If you open the box, which you should never do under any circumstances, you will discover that it contains your own severed head. Your head will tell you two secrets and lie. Will tell you two secrets and a lie, and then expire. Breakfast visit from Bob. Sorry, the bread box is just That's how a lot of these are gonna be. It's better than most, but I mean, two more sentences with this. Oh, you know what? I would have ended with after and then expire. You choose which to believe and which one is false. How your life pans out will be up to you, or something like that. Just to push in the more cryptic side of it. All right. Ooh, I think I remember this one. All right. Breakfast visit from Bob. Oops. There he is. There he fucking is. Bob is standing right in front of me, only cut off by a thin screen door. I've read the articles, so I know that isn't going to stop high. Yep, he's pushing his way through it as I think this type. Tasteful rustic decor be damned. Screen doors are stupid. Battleship or no. Fucking live-in girlfriends. Fucking live-in girlfriends. I grabbed the frying pan as I was making my breakfast with and hurl it at the ghoulish meal interpreting prick. Despite being cast iron, red hot, and filled with bacon, all it does is force him to release a god-awful groan and me to rethink my kitchen on-hand defenses. He's moving a bit faster now, so I follow suit, slamming the hall door behind me. I feel him slam into it, and the wood splinters slightly. Looking at my right, I see what I could probably won't be the instrument of my salvation. My girlfriend's women's league softball bat. Gripping it tightly with both my hands, preparing for that pale bastard to break through. The only thought rushing through my head is my girlfriend a lesbian? I snap out of my resulting blissful mental imagery by a snarling head poking through the hole in the door. Fuck you, Bob! I shout as I bring the wooden cudgel wooden cudgel down on the shiny top of his head. My heart sinks when I hear the cracking of wood and see the bat broke in half. Throwing the useless handle aside, I can only watch as Bob brings the rest of his form through yet another fashion over function door. He tries to throw one of his unholy strong kicks my way at waist level, but no way am I letting this naked freak crush my nude bomb. So I dodged that shit like LeBron dodged his finals. Thinking quickly, I threw my own falcon kick to his pelvis and watched him stumble and trip through what remains of the hall. Making my way upstairs into the bedroom hallway, I tip the bookshelf there, so that it leans against the opposite wall. That'll teach him not to have any arms. Knowing that huh?
Can I see your skin?
Shit.
I heard someone gonna jump up, and I heard
Yeah, I said that earlier.
but I actually heard a loud pop.
Yeah, that happened earlier. Once. I told you that.
I know, honey.
Okay. Let me just finish this story. You okay? You sure?
I know.
Alright, where was I? That'll teach him not to have any arms. Knowing that won't hold him for long, I run to my bedroom, retrieve my favorite toy from the closet, and turn over the dresser for cover. Hearing the heavy, scrambling sounds of him moving past the bookcase, I calm myself in preparation for the task at hand, with more lesbian-prone thoughts. Before it gets to the good part, he kicks open the door and I pull the trigger. The stinger released from the launcher with ruthless accuracy as if it was guided by my hate, exploding the ghostly fucker into a haze of pale flesh, and what I can only describe as, well, not organs, but an incredible simulation. All I can say is, bless the man who invented the rocket launcher. And loose Texas weapons laws. Sucks! Mm. Sucks! Knock it off. Okay, Gracie? Oh, move. Ah, sorry. All right. All right. So Burke's visit from Bob. Um. Uh huh. My assumption is this is zombie. A zombie one. We like zombies, don't we? Zombie ones are fun. Breathe. Every time you exhale, a little bit of your soul escapes. Luckily, you almost always inhale quick enough to get it back before anyone else does. Almost. Ever fog up a mirror with your breath? Don't do that. I like that one. I like that one. I think this one works really well, actually. Short, it's fun. It's like, ah. I'm sure there's probably someone who'd probably believe it too. Like 3 years ago, I wouldn't have thought that, but now, yeah. Ooh. Bridal Ballad by Edgar Allan Poe. The ring is on my hand, and the wreath is on my brow. Satin and jewels grand are all at my command, and I am happy now. And my lord, he loves me well, but when first he breathed his vow, I felt my bosom swell, for the words rang as a knell, and the voice seemed his who fell in the battle down the dell, and who is happy now. But he spoke to reassure me, and he kissed my pallid brow, while a reverie came o'er me, and the churchyard bore me, and I sighed to him before me, thinking him dead. Oh, allure me. Oh, I am happy now. And thus the words were spoken, and this plighted vow, and though my faith be broken, and though my heart be broken, here is a ring as token that I am happy now. Would God I could awaken, for I dream I know not how, and my soul is sorely shaken, lest evil step be taken, lest the dead who is forsaken may not be happy now. So it's always nice to have an Edgar Allan Poe story, right? I'm sure I'll be reading a lot of these short ones. Bride and Seek. There was once a young woman was about to get married. She decided she wanted to hold the wedding in the backyard of a large farmhouse where she had grown up. It was beautiful. It was a it was a beautiful wedding, and everything went perfectly. Afterwards, the guests played some casual party game. Someone then suggested hide and seek. They allowed the children to play as well. It wouldn't be hard to find a place to hide around the house. The groom was it, and the bride wanted to make sure that she had won the game. When no one was looking, she slipped inside the house. She ran up to the attic, found an old trunk, and hid in it. Nobody had found her. Her new husband wasn't worried, though. He figured she must have gotten tired and went inside to rest. After the game had finished, everyone left the gathering. The groom looked around the house, but he couldn't find her anywhere. He and her parents filed a missing persons case, but she was never found. A few years after the bride's mother had died, the bride's father went to go through his late wife's things, and they were collecting dust in the attic. He came to an old chest. The lid was closed, and the old lock was rusted over and holding it closed. He opened the lid, and he was terrified to see his daughter's decaying body in the chest. When she hid there, the lid had closed, and the rusty parts of the lock had latched together, trapping her there. Yet she still had a smile. It seemed as though she was doomed to spend the eternity playing the game of hide and seek. I actually think this is a pretty good one. It's also possible it could be something that could happen. The trunk closes and accidentally locks one way or another, and you can't get out. And she likely suffocated, is my guess. I would imagine that this one would likely have led to a strange smell at some point. Smell of decay eventually, one would think. Maybe not. I guess it depends on the ventilation of your attic. The bright light? I've been thinking. You know how most people who suffer a near death experience or are pronounced dead but are resuscitated report a bright light at the end of the tunnel? It's a popular theory that this is your soul's entrance to heaven or something along those lines. Many religious fanatics love to use that argument for God, despite looking silly while doing so. That's not what I believe. I believe that rather than being your ascension to heaven, it's death. We're all familiar with the phenomenon of death, of dead people's eyes graying. Could this be that bright light? Could it be that as the color fades from your eyes, so does your eyesight until it fades into white? Could that be all there is in the end? No heaven, no hell, just death? Definitely pushing back the idea of what death means. Taking the religious aspect into consideration, what it could mean. I know I'm an atheist, so I don't believe in heaven or hell, so what more can I say? Sorry about that. A little bit of paranoia on my part. Suppose that's what you come to expect when you read story after story, and it starts to set in, I guess. Suppose that's another interesting concept of itself. Every little noise might generate an illicit reaction that might not necessarily be something that is something that you were purposely trying to elicit, if you will. Just really got into my head. Heard a car door closing. Then I heard something on the porch. So, yeah, that beat that, I suppose. Scared the shit out of me. Definitely wasn't expecting it. My apologies. Anyway, I suppose I should get on with the next story, shouldn't I? Broken from reality. I am a psychiatrist, and the other day I encountered a case which sent a chill down my spine. Some time ago, a new family moved in my neighborhood, a couple in their 60s and their son, who was about 30 years old. Their son was a so-called hermit and was seldom seen outside his home. Naturally, I couldn't ask the family directly, but it was obvious that they had moved to the new place to escape from the social stigma. Days had passed and the son went out less and less, until he would not leave the house at all. Now he's a complete hermit. Every night, the mother was heard screaming at him in his bedroom. When I sometimes chanced to meet the mother, she greeted me with a smile, but always looked pale and haggard. A half year had passed since I had caught a glimpse of the son when his father came to me and said, "Could I ask you to visit us tomorrow?" I had never been involved with them personally or as a doctor, but since we were neighbors and neighbors were supposed to help each other, I agreed to come. The next day, when I visited them, and both the father and mother welcomed me at the door. "Please, come this way." The mother said that she led the way to her son's room. The mother said as she led the way to her son's room. When we came to the front of the room, the mother suddenly shouted, "I'm going to open the door." As soon as she burst in, she shrieked, "Why are you still sleeping? Get up!" She tore the duvet off the bed. I saw what lay there and was struck dumb with disbelief. It was a faceless, unclothed mannequin lying on the bed. Then the father told me, "The person I want you to see is my wife. She could not bear to accept reality." That's one to tug at your heartstrings, isn't it? That's one that, I can't say that I wouldn't necessarily do the same thing under the right circumstances, or I guess in some case the wrong circumstances. What we do, we don't always have control over. Broken Soul. This tale begins in a small town, said to be haunted by the damned who lost their lives experiencing hellish pain. Once a year, it is said, that they will rise from the fiery pit to torment the ones who have spilled innocent blood on the ground. They will simply slowly follow you until you are broken and tired. Then they will drag you where you belong. You will not feel any pain as you arrive. You will be surrounded by the ones you have killed, and they will sing out in a dark melody. Shrieks will emit from those who have died more painfully than others. You will be alone with the ones you've killed, forced to hear the melody of their pain. You will not be harmed physically. You may feel regret or sorrow, but most do not, and claim they aren't responsible. Walking on and on, nothing will change except you will find their faces will slowly rip and tear, leaving their flesh to be seen. Blood will rain from the sky as you cower in fear of what's to happen next. You will be trapped for all time with them. They will shun you and laugh as you will be alone in this hellhole. You won't feel anything physical. One of those explanations on a type of hell. Definitely a interesting concept in that. Broken track. It was a normal day and I was bored, so I decided to play Minecraft. I joined my friend's server hoping I would spawn in my house that I made. I looked at the server and it said there was one person in it, so I was relieved not to be alone. I joined and I pressed tab to see who else was in it, and to no avail, there was no one. I was a little scared because I was talking to my friend over the phone and he kept saying he was there. And he kept saying it says there are two people in the server. I talked to him and join. I told him to join and he told me it wouldn't let him. I asked why and he told me it wouldn't let him because there's no connection. That's when it disconnected our call. I went back to my computer and I was teleported to an abandoned mineshaft all alone. I decided to explore and I was surprised on how far I got without getting attacked by a cave spider. I came across a large chest, so I decided to open it. There was only one thing inside. Track 11. I saw a jukebox inside the chest, so I decided to play the track, at a time when I didn't know what it was. It started off as footsteps, and I laughed, but it sounded too real to be a recording. I turned around to see nothing. I turned around to see a mysterious Minecraft player that went by the name of Lu1C1 Fur. Lucifer. I quickly pressed tab to see if it was he who was registered player, and it only showed my name. I began to freak out and my heart began to pound violently as I heard footsteps were too real for even the computer speakers. As footsteps began to get louder, my heart pounded faster and louder. I looked back at my computer to see it declared me dead. I looked toward my door again and I heard it become loud enough to sound like it was outside my door. My girlfriend was the only other one home, and I wasn't thinking at the time that I sat there in silence waiting for it to barge in. There was screaming from her room. I quickly jumped up and ran toward the door. I opened the door slowly and heard a loud growl, so I slammed my door. I looked back at my computer and it showed a picture of me with my eyes gouged out and my mouth being forced to smile with fishhooks. The door then kicked open and I saw my girlfriend smiling at me, laughing. She hacked my computer and made this all happen. Okay. Actually, that's not where I thought I was going. I thought it was going to be Herobrine. Fuck me. Pitcher. Bronies. Warning, if you're a brony, you might get offended. If you do get offended, I am sorry. If you don't want to read through it, here's a reading of it instead. You can, if you guys really want to see, you can type it in. I'm not gonna fucking... Bronies. They are what you think they are. But here's what they are not: covered in chocolate, chewy, tasty, and nice to other people. Everyone has had a bad experience with someone or something. Whether it's the guy who lives next to you or that statue that you pass every time you go to school, well, bronies are a little different. They don't just stand there, traumatizing you. They are worse than that. The brony community has spread all over the place. No one knows why, nor does anyone like me want to know. After what I've experienced, I will not even think about it. Horrors. Oh, the horrors. But I have no choice but to get it out of my head before it eats at my inside and traumatizes me for the rest of my life. Bronies. You're at school thinking about regular things like girls, homework, sports, and whatnot, but then you hear about My Little Pony, friendship is magic. Like any normal person, you ignore it, but does that help? Maybe. The bronies are purposely making it harder for you to ignore it. They want you to think different than you do. Don't fall for it. It won't bring you far in life. However, they have given you no choice. You sit down and watch it. Here's what can happen. You start to like it, watches more and more, starts buying My Little Pony toys until your room is nothing but ponies in it. Ponies will be your family. It will replace whatever you desire except your natural instincts like eating, use of bathroom and such. But everything else, gone. Your family will lose their value. School will no longer be the number requirement for going further in life. That's what you will think. But the thing you're doing is throwing your life away and setting your goals to the unreachable. However, if you do not find interest in the show, you'll continue your life as normal until the bronies decide to attack you for not being one of them. As sad as it might seem, it's how it is. It's caused nothing but war and false emotions. And what about the boy I was talking about? Well, he did not find interest in the show. And where is he now? I was going to ask you the same question. Yeah. Cute. The Bugman. The Bugman is a monster found in highly wooded areas. It has been known for killing and eating its target's flesh and skin, leaving the origins behind. I think it's supposed to be organs. The creature is called the Bugman because of his appearance. He is a short man with a tall, with long talon-like claws that come out of his palms like a praying mantis. He has no face except for his mouth, and he is covered in a green mold-like substance. The first encounter. In 2008, 3 men were found dead in their tents covered in mold. Parts of their flesh were found scattered all over the forest's trees, meaning whatever attacked them was brutal and violent. The journal found in the tent provides small amounts of info. The writer of the journal claimed to hear voices in his head, and that this monster he spoke of could see him through the trees. On page 4 he wrote, "Billy's gone. It's just 3 of us. I can't run, I can't hide. He will find me and he will eat my soul just like Billy." It was the last entry of this book. He's seen all. In 2009, reports of a psychopath who could speak to this Bugman were found in the office of a park ranger. The ranger had notes from this man telling him to leave this land or he will attack, were found as well. The ranger was found dead, hung by his neck, gouged with his own organs, with his own organs of body. And an old man was also found half buried near the office. Weeks later, campers reported hearing weird noises and having their food stolen. Others reported seeing green mold growing of the trees and smell of rotting flesh in the forest. This is another one that would have done well to just keep going. More entries, more cases, more encounters. Just in the same format. It feels like it just needs to keep going. Build into the world. Oh no. Okay. Bugs virus. Okay, so back in January 2004, I started up my computer. I looked up Zelda Mario. I found a game called Zelda and the Mushroom of Luigi. It seemed bad. I downloaded it. It was weird. The file called Mario and Zelda Scheme, but on the title it said Zelda and the Mushroom of Luigi, just like the link. I pressed play and Mario popped up and shaked his anus at the screen. And I got a blue screen. Oh my god. I think I need to say this out loud to my wife.
No?
You want to hear this one? Like, and please try to contain your laughter. Bugs virus. Okay, so back in January 2004, I started up my computer. I looked up Zelda Mario. I found a game called Zelda and the Mushroom of Luigi. It seemed bad. I downloaded it. It was weird. The file was called Mario and Zelda Scheme. But on the title screen, it said Zelda and the Mushroom of Luigi, just like the link. I pressed play, and Mario popped up and shaked his anus at the screen. And I got a blue screen. I restarted my computer, and instead of the Windows logo at the beginning, it said Bugs is in here. Yeah. And I got another blue screen, but it was red instead of saying IRQL not less or equal. It said Bugs infection completion. I was frightened. Then Mario's head came up and got closer and closer. It said System 32 terminated. And it said, thanks to the Bugs virus program, all your computer programs will now be Zelda and Mario game. And then my computer's motherboard spurted out of the PC and hit me in the balls. I took the motherboard and I looked at the motherboard, and in small letters it said, get a new computer, douche. And I did. I never searched Zelda Mario again.
That's gotta be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
It's so bad.
His penis.
Yeah.
And then, because the ass was so powerful, the computer blue screen.
Oh.
Power of the ass from the Mushroom Kingdom, everybody. And then it punched OP in the balls and told him to get a new computer.
Oh. I know this is on purpose. It's a troll pasta. It's a crappy pasta on purpose. But damn. Oh. I'd hate for someone to actually think someone would take this seriously. I can't. Oh.
Hey.
Some of these I think I need to go back and like send them. I could send these really crappy ones somewhere. I need to see if I can turn some of these segments into short videos. Oh my god. Ah, it's crazy. Bump in the dark. It was dark when I woke up. When I reached for my phone to check the time, it said 5:35. Although the time I went to sleep, I hardly surprised I woke up that early. I dragged my hand across my eyes, turning on my back to go back to sleep, but froze. I heard a noise outside of my door, footsteps on the landing. The way my room's set out is one big room separated into two, with my sister having to go through the main door to her bedroom. So with her in the room next to me, I assumed automatically that she'd gotten up for a trip to the bathroom. I closed my eyes, ready to sleep. I was disturbed again by the returning footsteps, but there was no opening and closing of the door that I'd known I'd shut before going to sleep. Just the creaking of the floorboards outside my door. What sounded like an animal pitter-pattering across the laminate flooring flew across the landing. I sat straight up. I had only one animal in the house, a dog, but he was locked in our extension overnight to stop him chewing our belongings. The noise came again, this time back towards my room, crashing into the door, before flying down the stairs, crashing at the bottom. It was over an hour before I went back to sleep, dreams full of monsters and ghouls, unspeakable due to my penchant to read far too much CreepyPasta in the dead of night. Never have I found out what that was. Even now, months later, I am terrified it'll be back. When it is, what will it do? I no longer sleep. I know if I wrote this at the top, people were less likely to read it, but this actually happened. Whether my sister sleepwalks or whether I was just hearing things at stupid o'clock in the morning, I'm not sure. Okay, this is good. This is actually kind of good. Yeah, this is something that actually I technically just experienced a similar thing with the fucking paranoia I just had. So yeah, this is something that is often like that. Like who knows? It could have been something where the dog didn't mess anything up, and for all we know, it could have still been the dog, and they forgot to actually lock him up proper. But we don't fucking know. We don't fucking know at all. Could have been his sister, and he just didn't hear the parts where she was opening and closing the door. Maybe she was being real quiet. Maybe. I'm more inclined to believe the dog. And in the middle of the dark, maybe just fucking this time back towards my room, crashing into the door. Yeah, could. Um, yeah, when it's in the morning, you don't necessarily think straight, so it might confuse the shit out of you. Yeah, I could definitely see this. As far as the part where it says I no longer sleep, I, mm, I'd probably have a hard time sleeping overall for a while, but I think I'd be fine. But this is good. I like this one. This one is someone recounting a story, and I think that works well. The Bunny Man. In 1904, an asylum prison in Clifton, Virginia, was shut down by a successful petition by the growing population of the residents of Fairfax County. During the transfer of inmates to the new facility, the transport carrying the inmates crashed. Some prisoners escaped and some were found dead. So a search party was sent out to find all of them. All were found except one inmate, Douglas J. Griffin. After his disappearance, locals allegedly began to find clearly skinned, half-eaten carcasses of rabbits hanging from trees nearby a bridge overpass locally known as the Bunnyman Bridge. The second party was sent to search the area, and they found the carcasses of Marcus Walster. who was found in a similar way as the rabbits. Eventually, they found Griffin. When he had barely escaped due to being hit by an oncoming train, Griffin died exactly where the original transport crashed. Officers later found that Griffin was institutionalized for killing his family and the children on Easter Sunday. So, for years after the death of Douglas J. Griffin, carcasses were found hanging on Halloween, and some even claimed to see the Bunny Man on the bridge. So, what do you choose? To believe the story, or pass it off as myth? One thing is for sure, you never know if you don't look. Alright, it gives us a place, time. I wonder if I should try and do something um, catalog wise. Like, alright, now let's do the actual research. Right now, I don't really have very good capabilities to do that. Not well, anyway. Burning rubber. It was 8 p.m., and I was exhausted. I was patrolling in my cruiser when another officer contacted me about the man in a black Camry on the highway. Damn it, I said. I drove over to the scene and crashed and chased after the car to try and stop it. I shot at one of the back tires with my gun when the bullet did not hit the tire. But the bullet did not hit the tire. Crap! I yelled as the Camry swerved around me. The next thing I know, the car was passed right through a chain link fence. I was like, what the fuck? Suddenly the Camry disappeared into thin air. I have no idea what happened. In those 2 minutes, I had just pursued a ghost car. That's pretty interesting. I feel like this could be an experience someone had. And I know to say that something's a real story, like in the bump in the dark, like that one. I feel like it would suffer the same problem to say, yeah, this is an actual experience. Believe it or don't believe it, whatever. But yeah, this is something I could believe. Is something that someone looked at, and then if anyone else were to see it, they'd be really confused. Like, what the hell are you going after? You shot a weapon. Like, what the hell? Ooh. Buses suck. Hello, my name is Randy. I am a survivor of a demon attack. Yes, you read correctly. A demon attack. Let me explain. It all started when she got on board my Greyhound bus. She was tall, blonde, busty, and wearing all leather right down to her knee-high pumps. The studs on her eyes said trouble, but the one on her tongue, something she casually flashed my direction, told me she was dangerous. She took a pair of empty seats next to mine, and I could feel her looking over toward me periodically. I didn't dare look her way. She smelled roses and incense, the telltale sign of a scent of a succubus. Although I tried my best, I could not stave off sleep forever. The connection was just another part of what had already been 20 sleepless and otherwise uneventful hours of bussing. I woke to find her undressing me, bending forward to try and, well, all I will say is, suck the life from me in a manner most fitting for a demoness that preys on sexual energy. Like I said, I'm the survivor of a demon attack. I won't go into detail as how I managed to escape that encounter with my life, but I will say this. Never before have I been so glad I had to pee. Oh, oh, oh. That is actually really funny. Hey, sit, Caltuna. All right, so I thought this was fun. Pretty funny one. Where a guy says he survived a demon attack. And the demon is a woman all dressed up in leather, tall, blonde, busty, and wearing all leather right down to knee-high pumps. Well, he gets down and he says, I woke to find her undressing me, bending forward to try and, well, all I will say is suck the life from me in a manner most fitting for a demoness that preys on sexual energy. Like you said, I'm the survivor of a demon attack. I won't go into detail as to how I managed to escape that encounter with my life, but I will say this. Never before have I been so glad to have had to pee.
Oh.
Yeah. Fighting demons with urine.
If it was even a demon.
Succubus.
Hey, my cousins aren't all bad.
No, it's just this is funny. Oh. I just thought it was funny.
Oh, I can't.
This I guess it could have been worse. Joke's on you, I'm into that shit. God damn it, I guess I'm gonna die.
Yeah. Oh god. That is the best way to put me off of ever doing that again. Remember, if I remember it, I'm trying to make you happy in ways that implies. And I remember that. You reminded me of it. It's on you. I didn't do anything. I am sitting here being good. You did it.
I did nothing. I shared a funny story. That was supposed to be a creepypasta.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Alright. Excuse me. But fear itself. Hello, I'm PKMN. I never thought I'd ever see myself writing scary stories, yet here I am. I never thought that my past would be ideal for a horror story. However, I never took 4 years ago into account. Me and my friend were walking down a long beach at the time near a lake, and me and him noticed something strange going on. There were objects appearing here and there that looked like it was from a campsite. Me and him investigated, and were scorch marks everywhere around them. Me and my friends didn't take much notice after that, as we had got home. My friend lived out of state, so he left back to where he lived after that. He called me up later and told me that he did some research on the lake. Uh, this is just incomplete. This is just there's just nothing here. Um, shit. Yeah, I don't have an answer. Yeah, this is incomplete. I just don't have a. I'm guessing I don't have a completed version, but okay, whatever. The butcher's first victim. This is kind of a creepypasta, but also a dream that I had not too long ago, and it still haunts me. That is why I have decided to share my story here on the internet. I told my friends about it, but they kept changing the story, making it sound funny. That helped a bit, but, well, here it goes. The Butcher. It all starts with me arriving at my house late in the evening. All was quiet, surprising because my wife, baby, and dog were all in the house. I place my briefcase on the floor and wander in, close the glass doors behind me. The first room I walked in was my office. Black. Pitch black. How? Why? I flicked the light on, and lying on the floor was my dog. A great white Dane. But something was wrong. I checked his face and his eyes. Oh, God, his eyes, they were sewn up. The same could be said for his mouth. In a state of panic, I ran up the stairs to the bedroom, only to find my wife lying still on the bed. Rushing to her side to check her pulse. Nothing. She was long gone. Her eyes and mouth had been sewn up as well. Her arms had been removed at the elbow and were lying next to her. The tears welling up in my eyes. But wait, the baby! Running back downstairs to find an empty crib. Where could he be? I head back into the hallway to see at the corner of my eye a large man, with his eyes and mouth sewn up, standing outside the glass door. He smiles, lifting his left hand to reveal a baby boy, dead, but with his eyes sewn together. Only his eyes sewn together. I soon found out why. This thing, the personification of evil before me, started moving my child's mouth and speaking through it, like some demented puppeteer. He was taunting me, making my child seem alive. Help me, Daddy. That's what I heard. I then proceeded to pick up a nearby hammer and throw it through the door, hitting the creep on the head and killing him instantly. My neighbors had called the police after hearing the ruckus next door. They then arrived and found a man cradling a dead child next to a dead man, and a dead woman up the stairs with all sewn their eyes and mouths. They proceeded to arrest me on 3 accounts of murder and 1 account of animal abuse. They called me the butcher, but I only know the truth. That man was the real butcher, and I was punished for acting my deserved revenge. So I feel like a dead woman. Okay, so at first it said this was a dream he had. You know, there should have been like a prologue or an epilogue. Sorry, a little bit of an epilogue, like explaining that was a dream you had. Um, I don't know. It was weird. Butterbeer. Oh. Hmm. All right. Okay, butterbeer. 1 cup butterscotch schnapps. 7 cups cream soda, almost 1 2-liter bottle. Carefully mix just before serving, adding the schnapps to the soda, then stirring gently to mix well, or the fizz will dissipate too soon. Yeah, okay. That actually sounds really delicious. Bless you. That sounds delicious as fuck. You want butterbeer? Okay, well, fine. Ignore me. Bug man. Diane was homesick with the flu. She reluctantly dragged herself out of bed to answer the door. It was the bug man who told her that her father was scheduled him to come spray the house. Something about the man didn't set well with Diane, though. His uniform for Bugs Be Gone was old, worn, and stained. He also looked no more than in his mid-20s. He also thought his goatee and hair was a bit unkempt for someone who worked such a public job. She shrugged this off, figuring that she was only 16 and didn't know him, so she shouldn't be so quick to judge as her father always told her. As he sprayed in her parents' bedroom, she quickly called her father to let him know that the guy was there and spraying for bugs. After a few seconds of talking to her father, Diane dropped the phone in terror. I don't have anyone coming over, her father had said. That was the last time anyone heard from Diane. Yeah. See, in a situation like that, I think this should be another PSA. If you didn't know someone was coming to your house, because keep in mind, this is something people should know about and know about quick. If you didn't have any knowing about someone coming to your house, go ahead. It's okay to be suspicious, by all means. be suspicious. Be suspicious. Like, generally, rule of thumb says if you are having someone come over, to let someone know. So what you want to do is confirm with someone that someone is actually supposed to be there. Do it safely, away from the person, and keep an eye. Like, get your hands on a weapon of some sort if necessary. Something not obvious, like a 2x4 or a blunt object, like maybe a rake, preferably a garden rake over a yard rake. An axe if you have one nearby. 2x4, 4x4, something like that. Something. Just like, I'm just leaning on this. Don't worry about me. Plausible deniability. And if you call your person, and if they say, yeah, they're not supposed to be, there's no one there, I didn't call for anyone, call the cops immediately. Have them come over. And for the love of God, keep yourself safe. Because you guys matter. You guys matter. You guys are important. Alright. What? Okay. I guess I need to open this one up. Oh, fuck. What the hell? No, 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 no. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so that was weird. Alright, I'll go ahead and read off this. By the Water. A poem. With heavy boys' hearts, it hears you coming. The sound of truth and eyes of running. Years of running. Flee this home, your time is lost. Dive free from your shackles. In the water they're washed. Emerge from those depths as a man reborn. Think never of the darkness as its glittering thorn. It is today I wander away to die. How I pray my soul will fly. Alas, I fear that it will sink amongst the rest of that in ink. Finally I lay on the darkened shores, my eyes closed, my teeth abroad. Abroad. The day is over, my life for yours. On the river bank where the water pours. By Powers, 1902. Yeah, okay. All right, that was that's all the bees. Come on, load. You son bitch. There it goes. By the water. Let's see if it took. It did. Okay. That was weird. I don't know why it was like that. I don't remember it being like that. Unless there's some way I accidentally hit a formatted thing. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, whatever. We'll continue on. We are now in the seas. In fact, let me go on to Discord real quick and let people know. Um, okay. I'm glad I got some better traffic than I normally do. Got someone. There we go. There we go. We're officially in the page one C's. We are on to seas. From sea to shining sea. I'm glad I got Twistlight and Just a Baker Bird in the chat for a while. That was nice. Alright. Oh, wait. Might want to read this one first. I'm a little too eager. Alright. Cabin in the Woods. Some say if you go into the woods on a dark, stormy night, you will eventually find an old, beaten down cabin. The cabin has only 2 rooms: the living room with a kitchen area and stove, and then a 1-person bedroom. There isn't much furniture, and the cabin looks like it could fall over at any minute. When you go inside, if you're brave enough, search the cabin for a large bound book. The book will have no cover or words on the front. Some have reported finding a book in different places. Some find it under the bed in the bedroom, or even in the oven in the kitchen area. It shouldn't be too hard to find, though, considering the small size of the cabin. Once you find the book, open it up. It's obviously a journal that dates way back to the early 1900s. It is a fairly large journal. The name of the owner is illegible due to the years of age. Parts of the journal will also be unreadable. On page 87, you can read very troubling and disturbing facts on how the owner of this journal, assumed a man, starts to go insane and locks his wife, mentioned as Sarah, and 2 kids whose ages or genders are never mentioned. Their names are Pat and Sam. Reading this, you will learn about how the man degradingly tortured, eventually killed, and then ate his entire family. The very last page is seemingly meaningless, almost unreadable rant. Most would dismiss this as a crazy man's writing, but it is much more than that. If you take the first letter of each sentence, it spells out a word. The last part is optional. I don't know why you would want to do this, but those who are curious enough, or is that stupid enough, can go to the bedroom, close the door, and chant the word you discovered at the end of the journal. I do not know how many times it must be chanted. I'm sorry I didn't gather that much information. But after chanting it enough times, the ghosts of the man and the family will appear. Don't worry, your life isn't in danger because they act as if you aren't there. You may sit and watch the man torture his family all night. Just before daybreak, the man kills his family and starts to hack away at their limbs before their ghostly forms disappear with the arriving sunlight. I warn you that this is a gruesome sight to behold for anybody. You may not be risking your life trying this, but many that do are never the same again. Picture taken by the Mr. Brownstone. He claims that he was walking this land, stumbled across a cabin. He has never seen the cabin before. After taking the pictures and going back home, he returned to find the cabin gone. All right. Noted. Cabinets. Every family in every town on every continent has one. It's a cabinet. Not particularly odd, not out of place. The paint was peeling on the corners, and the knob was a bit loose. The inside smelled like dust and paint. Wasn't the same as the kitchen walls. You hid in there once during a game of hide and seek. No one told you it doesn't open back. It doesn't open back into your reality. Don't worry. You can't tell the difference, but everybody misses you. Oh, I see what you're doing. This is actually a nice one. Man, this is how the Mandela effect works. Alright. So, work with me here. Now, we're all familiar with the Mandela effect, right? You know, we seem to misremember a bunch of things. But collectively, like Bears instead of Berenstain Bears. Or Berenstain instead of Berenstein. Fuck, someone died? I don't know. Or Kit Kat having the hyphen or something like that. Anyway, what if that's how it works? Like, you play a game of hide and seek in the right location, and depending on where you hide, when you open back up, it's like you never. It's still everything seems the same. Your friends find you or something, but you don't find out till later that wait a minute, wasn't that different? Wasn't it supposed to be like this? I mean, everyone can remember generally that hey, this is a thing that was supposed to be like this when in memory. But yeah. All right. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Cackling. Enough was enough. For years, I had listened silently to the doctors squawking about their meaningless Latin gibberish, toying with my body as they tested one radical new treatment after another. They said the last one was the best, and my condition was finally improving. Why did I feel like I was dying inside? Why were my thoughts growing so dim? My joints so numb? Today was to be one more round of their disgusting concoction. But I knew it would only be the death of me. I knew by now that they were trying to destroy me all along, and that I was another guinea pig in their sick little experiments. They weren't going to take me. I could feel one more attack coming on as I flung myself from the bed, and I wasn't going to lose to this one. I crumpled to the floor, flailing and twitching as I had already had hundreds of times, fighting for control. I fought harder than ever before, writhing, screaming, cackling. Always the mad cackling echoing from deep within, even through the screams. At long last, I realized what I needed to do. Part of me had always known, but had always stumped out the notion before it could even finish. This time, I had embraced it. I fought for it. I squirmed, shrieked, and shivered until finally I felt something new. A rush of euphoric freedom I had never before experienced. I had it. I had the control. Despite the agonizing screams flying from my body, I felt no pain, no sensation at all. As I peeled away the strips of flesh, the screams quickly faded as a crimson mosaic flooded the tile floor, but my work continued. My shrill laughter echoed through the empty house. I scooped out dripping handfuls of meat and slick gelatinous entrails. I stripped the tissues of my fingers to better scrape the junk of my bones along into the night. As I finally stood up as a heap of discarded flesh, I realized that my memories had never really been mine. I was only an observer to them, imprisoned in a loathsome cocoon of meat and viscera. It was finally time to create memories of my own. I knew there must be others like myself, and that they just might need a little help breaking free. The cackling began anew, and this time it would never stop. Nobody would silence my joy. They had tried to kill me. Those fucking quacks called it a disease. They had called it bonus eruptus. Written by Jonathan Widgecock. Hmm. Like bonitis? Damn it. I've got a coaster. And the cup keeps sticking to the fucking coaster. Hmm. I haven't done a Pokemon in a bit. Cacturn's agenda. Deathly silent in the sun. I wait for one to stun. When that one comes into sight, I long to follow him all night. He knows that I am watching, and he's clearly botching. He fails to perceive who I really am. I am a scarecrow, not a plant. Now he tries to move, he can't. Packs of me take him away. I'm my lair. He will stay. His blood I crave. For now, today, he'll be my slave. Video coming soon. Okay. That's not bad. Cacturn's basically killing people. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Alright. Calamore. Before I start to tell you this, I want you to know why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because we need it. No, not you, but her and I. You see, about 4 months ago, when I met the most wonderful girl, she was athletic, spunky, sort of strange, and well, just downright gorgeous. She told me a story that only I and my viewers could know. It was the story of how she became who she is. I shall tell the story in her perspective. I was only 5 when it happened. My mom and I were on our way home. When it hit us with a force so powerful our car flipped. I went into shock and passed out. When I awoke, I was in the hospital. I was nude except for my legs down, with multiple cuts and gashes all over my body. I tried to move, but I felt weak and I couldn't do anything. So I fell asleep. When I woke again, I was home but covered in bandages. My dad was on the bed, watching television that was set in my room. I made a movement and my dad turned to look with relief, and when he saw me, he said, "Honey, you're awake, finally." He tried to talk, but it felt like something was holding my vocals down, so I grunted. I shuddered as if I told him something that he didn't want to hear. He turned back to the television and looked at it, motioning to me to look as well, so I did. It was the news. It was the newscast of my crash. There was a dead woman lying in the front seat. She looked as if her body had been chewed to shreds. My dad was crying at the scene. This time I felt like I could talk, so I squeaked, "What is it? Do you know her?" He slowly turned to me, but he had a blank expression as if he was void of life. He tried moving, thinking it would be hard. It was remarkably easy. I got up and looked behind Dad. It was a creature of unnatural looks. It had no face, not like Slender Man because there was no head. I shrieked and scooted back. It moved slowly at me. My dad fell down face first. The being raised its hand. It was babyish to look at. When I cowered, it lowered it. Then it spoke. Now, I know it's physically impossible to have no head, but it did. It said, "You. You can see me?" "Yes. Can people not normally see you?" "No, wait. I know you. You're who they're after. Come on, we have to run." "Why?" I whimpered. "Because you are cum oculus nocte." I never knew what that meant. But he then carried me for what seemed like ages. When he stopped, he said he would arrive at the location where I would be safe. I've been living there since then. Well, there you have it. My girlfriend's story, and if you haven't guessed who I am, I'm the headless being. My name is Calmore, and I am her protector. Okay, so we got the Duraura thing going on. That's what it seems like. I need to see that show more. I've seen like a few episodes maybe, but nothing that actually explained anything. Something about gangs or whatever. There's this headless chick that I'm very confused about her role in anything, but she wears this helmet so that way no one thinks she's headless or something. She takes her helmet off and like smoke comes out of her neck. She communicates with the dude through text or whatever, or it's text to speech. Fucking. I don't know. Okay. Well, yeah, this is interesting. I like this. I wouldn't say that this needs any more added. I would just like to see a follow up story. Hmm. Oh, of course, there's a fucking URL in it. All right. Call of Duty. Demon Guns. My name is Derek. My name is Daedric. I am 16 years old, and I love Call of Duty. They are the best games in the world, or they were, because I experienced something that made me hate first person shooters for the rest of my life. I am now going to share that story with you. One day in August, I went to GameStop. I wanted to buy Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. I walked by my trash can and saw something in it. It was a Call of Duty game. I took it out of the trash can and studied it. Call of Duty Demon Gates. I had never heard of it before. I ran home and looked it up. I only got one hit on the search list. www.disturbingvideogames.com. Call of Duty Demon Guns. I clicked it, but it said 404 not found. I got very curious, so I inserted the game into my PS3 immediately. Oh, pre PS4. When the game started and popped up a box. The only thing you could do was choose yes or no. I chose yes, and the game started. The intro was very weird. It started with some people shooting each other for like 4 minutes, and then the Triarch logo appeared. But it looked like it was broken. It had blood on it, and there was text on it. Of course, there was blood on it, but the text? It said, "Those who fear those who are in pain." I found this very disturbing, but I kept going. I started the game, and this weird noise popped up. The screen was black for 12 seconds, and then came a picture. It was horrible. More horrible than normal in a Call of Duty game. It was a painting on a wall. It was a soldier with his face that looked like something had scratched it with a very hot and sharp knife. His eyes were very red, and his throat was connected to his head in the wrong way. It went from the normal place between the shoulders up to the top of his head. His body had lost color and his stomach were open, like someone had cut at it. And there were spots where guts were missing, and most of the guts had were still there. It was placed in the wrong spots. I got disgusted. On the wall, someone, probably the man who painted the soldier, had written something. It said, "Humans are beings who are meant to fear others." I pressed all the buttons on the controller. I hoped to quit this picture. When I pushed L2, the most horrible video I ever saw in my entire life appeared. It was a demon-like being with very poor clothing stabbing a guy with a bayonet gun. The victim was screaming like the screams you hear in your worst nightmares. He had a mouth that looked like a hole, and his neck was falling apart in an unnatural way. But the demon, he had evil eyes, and it was needles inserted everywhere in his body. His legs looked like pencils that someone had sharpened too much. It was not floating in the air, but its head was. It looked like a dark aura radiated from it when it was killing the guy. When the guy was dead, the demon turned its head slowly against the screen. It looked at me, and the screen started flashing. In the end, a text was slowly appearing. I read it, and I got so scared. I took the game out of the console and broke it in half. I ran outside and threw the game into the trash can. I ran inside again, never to play PS3 again. Now you may wonder what that last text was, and I'll tell you. It said, "You may be a human, but a human is nothing else than a creature belonging to us. We, the black gods of pain." Eh, yeah, not really. Not really a good one. I can't say that was very good. Just, I just don't see people really reacting that way on this. Just, eh. Like, you already kind of set yourself up for being the person who instigated a problem a little bit. Like, you got curious, but when things are going awry, you didn't do anything about it. Of course, that would defeat the purpose of having the damn CreepyPasta to begin with, so. Kind of. It's like, when you make a pasta like this, it's just like doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. Like, there's not really anything you can do that'll be reasonable. Which sucks, but it's just hard for any of these to be seen as written well because they use all the same tropes most of the time, and like the whole haunted Majora's Mask. The reason that was so good, for one, it had the videos that were quote unquote backup before someone uh, debunked them, and he said, "Yeah, they're fake. It was a fun story." Um, that's where a lot of it originated, but people just don't do it that well. All right, so it's been another 2 hours. So I am going to take a break. So feel free to take a break, get up, stretch, go to the bathroom, get something to eat, get something to drink. I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. This is the intermission. Alright, I am back. Now to continue. As it always was meant to be. Alright. Just got finished with Call of Duty Demon Guns. Now we're on the next. How many of these are there? Not too many C's. I think some of these are going to go right through. Alright. The caller. I was on Skyping with a friend at 1 a.m. and for some reason my lights had stopped working for a couple of days, so it was very dark, as you can imagine. Out of nowhere, at night, someone called me on Skype, so I paused the call, then answered the Skype call. The caller's profile did not show any information, had no picture. The only thing I saw on the caller's profile was unknown. And as people say, people fear the unknown. I did not know what to say to the caller. I had my video off, so did the caller. Anyway, I panicked and then said, "Who are you?" The caller answered in the chat, "I'm outside." I was terrified because I was sitting next to a window. I looked outside the window only to see a figure in the foggy distance. I could barely see it because of the darkness and the fog that, from what I saw, his eyes were white. And I think he was wearing a gray hoodie. That's all I could see because the fog was still very dense. But I managed to take a quick picture with the camera, and I tried to zoom in to get a better look. I then said to the caller, "What do you want? Who the bloody hell are you?" The caller then said in a quiet, deep voice, "Revenge." Then the call ended, and I unpaused the other call. I then looked at the window one last time, but he was gone. After that, I heard the noise coming from the living room, so I walked down the hall leading to the living room. Once I got there, I saw my cat looking at me for a while. I looked at her, my cat, then meowed, then disappeared. I was at this point scared stiff. I whispered to my friend in the Skype call, "Help. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I think someone is outside stalking me. Please call the police." My friend replied with, "Okay, man, but tell me, why do you think someone's outside stalking you?" I then replied with, "I saw someone looking at me through my window." My friend said to the police, "Hello? Yes, officer, my friend thinks he might need help. He claims that someone is outside his home stalking him. He thinks it might be serious." The cops arrived at my home. They found nothing after they left. I found a note saying, "Revenge I will get." I found that along with the picture of a soldier pointing a gun at another soldier. I have not gone to sleep since that very night. Can someone tell me what this is? If so, please contact me. I don't know what that would mean. A soldier pointing a gun at another soldier. I assume of the same side. Calvin and hobbies is a lie. One day, a real boy was encouraged to do overdose. Was encouraged to do overdose by a bully named Mo. The boy's parents sent Mo's parents to prison since the parents encouraged Mo's overdose. But the boy still couldn't stop overdose. He began thinking his toy tiger was real and alive. His parents were worried. For 10 years, the boy did overdose. By the age of 16, he went into a 10-day coma. On the 10th day, he died. Later, his parents had another boy. The boy's name is Bill Watterson. He learned that his brother's tragic death. Later, he was inspired to do a comic about him as a 6-year-old. He did the strip for 10 years, representing the 10 days of coma. He kept the death secret. He made Calvin's vocabulary big to represent him being a 16-year-old. His tiger, Hobbs, Calvin and Hobbes, not hobbies, represent the overdose and hallucinations. Mo represents the bully, and he only made the parents cruel for humor to avoid suspicion. Please tell people the tragic truth, for you might never know when Bill Watterson confesses. That's conceptually okay. I could buy that up to an extent. There wouldn't be a reason to not say something though. That's the only the whole thing predicates on, well, would he actually say something? Not necessarily, but I don't think anything would stop him. I mean, it's one of those things where they could confirm, like, oh yeah, that's kind of the reason, and then clarify anything that might be different. I mean, no problem with that, I don't think. The camera. Dan went to college, but didn't have enough money for a room, so he stayed at a local hotel. He started noticing things that were out of place. It started with the curtains being open when he remembered being closed, then items being moved. He was talking with his friend, Alice, about the matter. He told her how he thought someone was breaking in and moving things. "I don't know if I should call the police or what," he said. "For what? Someone breaking in and moving things around? Plus, you don't have any evidence," said Alice. "Yeah, you're right. Oh, wait, I have an idea," she said. "Why don't you put a camera in your room? And then, when you go home from classes, see what happens." "That's a great idea," he said. "See you later." Dan went home and set a camera under some dirty clothes. He went to his classes and rushed home to see what was going on. He went to FaceTime and call Alice. "Hey, I want you to watch what happened with me," he said. The tape played for a while and nothing happened. Then, after a while, a strange woman walked in with a hunting knife. Oh, two endings. Ending number 1. She stares at something for a while, then walks over to the camera. Oh my god, I think she saw the camera, said Dan. Wait, what's in the corner of the screen? She asked. Alice. Oh shit. Dan yelled. The camera is still recording. Oh. Oh, that's clever. Ending 2. The woman moves a few things, looks out the window, then starts looking through the pantry. Dan said, This is great. I can show this to the police. Wait a second, said Alice. Did the woman ever get out of the closet? Dan, did the woman get out of the closet? Dan heard a creaking sound behind him. Dan, get out of there, screamed Alice. When the police arrived, they found Dan in a pool of blood with the camera in his hand, and the memory was gone. That's, yeah. Okay, actually, I like both these endings to an extent. I think the second one's better. But yeah, interesting to have multiple endings, and I think this is interesting. That is actually this is a pretty good one, I'd say. Another one that would do great with being expanded and yeah. Cammy, I don't sleep. I can't sleep. It's too scary. The last time I slept was about 3 weeks ago. I've always had nightmares when I sleep. My mommy says I need to go to the hospital. My mommy says I'm crazy. Cammy was never a normal girl. She always had nightmares, ever since she was 3. Nothing had ever traumatized her. Maybe it was just naturally crazy. Her mother found her journal one day. Cammy was sent to a mental hospital the next. Cammy was always questioned why. Now she's 18, and she knows exactly why. Cammy has these horrible nightmares. Anytime she falls asleep, she has a nightmare. Not fit. Oh, I don't have the finished version of this. Shit. That's the shame of it. Having copied it fucking 10 years ago. I guess we'll never know the ending. Fucking. Alright. The one who uses camouflage. When you're sitting in a dark room and you look towards the shadows cast by the furniture, you begin to notice familiar shapes. What was that? Was that a head? You look at them, but only for a split second. Quickly, you do a double take and realize it was just a shadow, or a lamp, or a desk. There's nothing over there, you say to yourself. You know you are wrong though. You know he is crouched there, watching you and waiting. You are tired, so you get up from the couch and begin to make your way towards your bedroom. You enter the kitchen, and as you walk and your perspective shifts, the shadows duck and weave behind the refrigerator. You think you see eyes, and you're frightened. You feel alone. Everyone else has gone to sleep. You feel trapped, looking over your shoulder. You begin to see a shape form. Is it an arm? It is an arm and shoulder. It just ducked down the hall. You are terrified. You don't want to move, but you have to. You reach for the light switch, but you can't find it. The hair on your arm stands on end as you feel the cold hand moving up your neck. Run, 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 run! Your mind yells, but your legs do not cooperate. You're going to die. Die, 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 die. Your heart skips a beat and it slows down to a snail's pace. The shadows are closing in, closer and closer. That is when you see him, under the dining table, crouched like some deformed monkey. Its eyes are so large and black, they pierce your very soul. The skin is black as night. It blends in so perfectly. He is the one who uses camouflage. You will never be scared of the dark until you see the one who uses camouflage. Okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. Uh, could be written better. Um, I wouldn't have written the multiple dies or the multiple runs. I would just said run. That's what your mind tells you. Die. You're going to die. That all those dies didn't need to be there. Who the fuck am I to judge? Just a fucking nobody. That's all I am. All right. Oh, poem. Okay. Hi. Uh, can we talk? Okay. Hi. I'm new here, and here's my debut story. It's my first draft, so don't expect anything special. If you have any feedback, it is extremely welcome. This isn't. This is not easy for me. I I'll try to be brief but clear, but I found it hard to talk about. I've always known I was different. I've always found it hard to to understand people.
I'm gonna go lie down now.
Okay.
Don't stay up too much tonight.
Oh. I've had to act like you, like all of you, for so long. It hurts. Do you understand? It hurts so bad. I just don't know how long I can keep it up. One day the mask will slip, and I don't know what I'll do. I don't want to, but you can't fight who you are, right? You can't always pretend to care, to understand. I don't know how long until, well, like I said, I just don't know. I can hear that beat, beat, beat. Sometimes I can't even hear you speak over it. It's so loud. That's why I don't like crowds, because it gets deafening. And the stink. People. Unclean animals. Filthy. Sorry, please don't go. I'm in control. I'm joking, see? I'm normal. I I should go. You need your sleep. I'll see you. But you may not see me. That's okay. So it's a debut story. It's your first story. Um, the fragmenting is kind of weird. Um, don't get me wrong. I think like part of it, like that's why you the crowds because it gets deafening and the stink, people and clean animals. I think that like that section, for example, works really well. I think other sections would have been fine by staying together. Like you can't always pretend to care. Should stay up together and then to understand. Most of this is just placement rather than. Otherwise, I think this is pretty well done. Maybe some more clarification on what's actually happening. Like, what is the thing that's wrong with this person? I don't know. But I'd say this is a good one. It's almost like a poem. All right. Okay, Farah. Oh, careful, careful, careful. All right. Kennel Cove anecdote. Loved the show. Horace Horrible was my favorite. I remember looking everywhere for his action figure, but Kitty City and KB had never even heard of the line. I finally found a talking Horace, good as new, at someone's yard sale. Though I didn't see a house around and never saw those people again. I was pretty excited. I ran right to my friend's house to gloat. When his mom answered the door, she let out the most guttural scream I'd ever heard, absolutely scaring the shit out of me. She told me to get lost with that thing and slammed the door in my face. My kid logic concluded that she must have known I bought a toy from a stranger completely unsupervised, and that it must have been an even more serious crime than I thought. So I did my best to keep Horace hidden, especially from my own parents. But his voice chip was pretty damn loud. He'd even so often he'd go off by himself, like his battery was dying. Mom kept asking me if Marble, our cat, was in my room. I don't know how you mistake that goofy chuckling for a cat. It was subtle at first, but after a few days, he started to smell weird. His voice kept getting weaker and more garbled, and his joints kept getting looser like they were ready to drop off. I was afraid of getting caught, and we didn't have a trash pickup, so I did what any rational child does when he thinks has contraband and buried it in the woods. I've never found another one or figured out what was wrong with him. And it's the weirdest thing. A tree grew where I left him. I shit you not. In just a couple of weeks. It never grew leaves and never got much taller than me, but it's there to this day. Every summer it swarms with disturbing number of flies. Actually, this works pretty well. Um yeah, I think this one works pretty well. Because I think what it is whatever he was actually had was something incredibly disturbing. Like we don't know what the doll actually looked like. The Horace Horrible doll was. So who knows what it could have been. Alright. The candle. You see the candle. You look at the candle for a while. Nothing better to do. The candle burns bright, brighter than most. The candle burns more, getting shorter. You feel a little pain in the back of your head. You shrug it off as nothing. The candle gets shorter. The pain becomes more intense. You can't look away. The candle is almost gone. You try harder. You want to scream, but just a gurgle comes out. You can't move. The candle goes out as your vision goes black. I'm not sure exactly what the death is. Let me look over it again. A little pain. Unless the candle is what was keeping him tied to life, maybe? Not sure. Candlejack Arctic. Candlejack is a character from Freakazoid. He has since started an internet meme that if you type Candlejack, you'll get kinda... What the fuck? This is another one that's not finished. Okay. Candy Apple Punch. Nice. Ingredients. 6 cups cranberry apple drink, 3 cups water, 15 hard cinnamon candies, 1 6-ounce can thawed lemonade concentrate, undiluted. Preparation. Combine all ingredients into a large pitcher. Cover and chill 8 hours or until candies are dissolved. Pour mixture into a large Dutch oven and cook over medium heat until thoroughly heated. Actually, it seems really delicious. Now I know it's Cheese Lord, whoever he is. I think he's written some of these, but he adds a lot of pictures. I think he probably actually tries some of these. And ooh, candy corn pizza. On plain sauced pizza dough, put white cheese in the middle, then a ring of orange. and the crust makes a yellow layer so that you can cut it into triangles and it's colored just like candy corn after baking. Kinda. Kinda. Yeah, kinda. It's cute. It's cute. Okay. Candyman. Have you ever heard of the Candyman? Candyman is a man made out of candy, though some people say he's a man trapped in candy. Don't worry, the Candyman means no harm, unless you make him mad. In the night, the Candyman sneaks into your house watching you. When you sleep, he will find you and eat your most beloved candies. You can almost hear him chewing on the candy. Some people say if you had gum and sleep, the Candyman will rip a. Some people say if you had gum and sleep, the Candyman will rip off your mouth, take the gum away, leaving you to die. The total of his kills are 587. The Candyman will keep this up till he picks you. Though I'm only a kid, I've seen the Candyman. He killed my sister. I'll catch the Candyman. I will kill the Candyman. Ah, vendetta. Ho ho ho. The Candyman. Hello, my name is Dylan. I'm a father, and I work in the famous Candyman candy shop. But what I'm telling you is far from sugar sweet. It was an unnormal working day. Usually we were flooded with kids, but today was different. None of the children showed up. I checked my phone's calendar. Monday. That's odd. Kids always come in on Monday. My boss said the shop was closed yesterday and I happened to still have a key to it. Odd. My boss took the key from me and it was in my drawers. My boss, Mr. Fresdell, said the shop was being robbed. I just laughed. Some kids came in and stole candy bars or bubblegum, but he said differently. He said the candy making supplies, mostly knives, were going missing. This was strange considering I have been working there for about 2 years now, and it's always been the candy people steal. I asked him to let the store reopen and put up some security cameras. That was the worst mistake I ever made. Because one of the tapes, my daughter, Kira, was stealing the knives. What happened next made me never talk to anyone again. My psychopath child said straight to the camera, "Hi, Daddy." Hoo. Okay, this is one I would like to see more development on. Oh my god, that's actually really good. Ooh. Ooh. More subverting expectation. Hell yeah. God damn. Oh, that's great. Mm. Ooh, it's a longer one. Canker. Pasta. When I awoke, my first thought was that I should have brushed my teeth the night before. My mouth was sticky with tar and with the filth of sleep. I opened and closed my jaw regretfully, smacking my tongue as I did so. This was when I noticed the bump that had formed on the roof of my mouth. I chalked it up to poor dental hygiene and tried to put it from my mind. But as it often was the case, to try ignoring something, the bump kept interposing itself on my thoughts. My tongue would touch the welt of its own accord, morbid fascination overpowering self-control. By nightfall, it neither reduced in size nor become any easier to ignore, so I took a closer look. Shining a flashlight in a mirror, I was able to put a face to the annoyance. It was, as I surmised, little more than a red bump on the roof of my mouth. It was smaller than it felt, and it reminded me of nothing so much as a zit. The idea repulsed me, but lacking a better explanation, this is what I regarded it as. The damn thing kept me up at night and distracted me during the day, while seeming to grow ever larger. It took on a whitish hue and seemed to be filling with some fluid, mucus perhaps, though I could think of it only as pus. After the third day, I'd had enough. Reaching my fingers into my mouth, I felt around for the bump. It was slimy and seemed to slide from my probing, but eventually seized and became two nails and squeezed until the membrane burst. There was an awful foulness in my mouth, like decay. I spat and rinsed my mouth away as best I could. A portion of the blister's contents had struck my forefinger, and I saw it was cloudy, murky white, stained by an off-yellow hue, more gel than liquid. I wiped it off in disgust and what had happened pulling in my mouth. Less than a month later, it returned. The same spot had swollen up during the night, and it looked whiter than ever, with bare redness in its inflamed edges. Where there was no pain, just a curious numbness that I disposed of it as I had the first. Still unable to get past the zit comparison, I wondered if maybe it was like doing myself some harm by not allowing it to heal on its own. When I returned in a couple of weeks, I resolved to let it be. I scrubbed my mouth day and night, but the canker grew. My tongue touched it in horrifying disgust, but still I restrained myself. When it nearly tripled in its original size, my resolve crumbled. I got the flashlight once more and yawned wide into the mirror. I found the bump had become a hemisphere nearly an inch long. It was pretty white except for the weird veins throbbing across it. The membrane was taut with ooze. Within and at its center, there was a black dot. As I lowered the flashlight, the mirror showed me that the dot grew larger as the light receded, and it choked back the bile that rose to my lips. I took the sharpest knife I had and stabbed the eye growing in my mouth, feeling only numbness as it, staring silently at me, burst. Body horror. This would work well as a video, I think. I think it would work really well as a short. Alright. Can't fail. I sit here, staring at the crowd of people around me. They chatter amongst themselves, almost unaware of my sleepy state. After almost no sleep yesternight, I find myself having trouble holding on to reality, struggling to remain awake. I can't fail. Not until morning. Morning will come, and the crowd will clear out. These vile humans will shuffle along, returning to where they came, leaving me alone. It will be then that I can flee. I can't fail. I sit here, staring at the crowd of people around me. They chatter amongst themselves, discussing my sleepy state. After almost no sleep yesternight, I found myself potential snack for the vile human beings. Morning. Must wait for it. I can't fail. Can't fail. I sit here staring at the crowd of creatures before me, in my sleepy state allowing me to see those dream creatures for what they really are. They chatter amongst themselves, totally aware of my condition. I am a tasty snack now. Can't fail. Can't fail. I sit here, staring at the crowd of people around me, chattering with them about this guy about to fall asleep. He'll be delicious. He must fail. Okay. Is cannibalism? Or is it an elephant? The Caped Boy. I was a thug in a town hanging near the arcade, stealing burgers and then slamming it into the concrete in front of their faces. It was just for laughs. And when I told them I would buy them a hamburger later, and then I told them I would buy them a hamburger later. It was fun and all until I met a caped boy with a cracked baseball bat. I thought this chump would be easy to pick on, but that was a big mistake. This boy was no ordinary boy. Just as soon as I threatened him, I blacked out. I woke up earlier in the hospital, with my suit on a coat rack and my arms bruised. What happened? I asked the nurse. She said, "You were hit pretty hard. You should take it easy." I didn't take the nurse's word. I rushed out the door and left some money on the counter on the way out. I got two of my friends as we walked outside the arcade for that little punk. He eventually came out, and we ganged up on him. Out of nowhere, it was like punched in the gut feeling again, and he disappeared into the arcade. I heard a machine gear rattle and then some exploding. Our boss, Frank, was defeated. He stepped out of the arcade, scarred on his forehead, and just said, "Ness is a strong person. Do not underestimate him." And he just walked off. Oh, that's how you write them. That's actually a good way to write it. Oh, yeah. Oh, the caped boy was Ness. Capped boy, not caped. Capped, the capped boy. And a cracked baseball bat? Ah, yes. Ah, yeah, so the gang, Thug, was one of the sharks. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that fight well. That's a good one. I actually like that one. You want to do it? That's a good way to do it. Don't even worry about making it like its own thing. This really put it in perspective. Like, this is a good way to write it. The captain's log. Asks not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. If you truly understand everything, you can then truly see all the hidden lies that are scattered about our decrepit world. Nothing will ever be the same once the king comes for all of us. No one will escape the end. It is inevitable. He will come for everyone. We are all equal in his eyes. Won't you please board my vessel of truth, so that you may be brought to understand that everything you do is futile. The king is coming. I can feel it. That's a good one. See if we can get two more before we can go. To make enough caramel for 8 apples, unwrap two 14-ounce sized of vanilla caramels. Packages of vanilla caramels. Melt into a saucepan over low heat with 2 tablespoons of water. Stir frequently. Dip apples in hot caramel, spooning caramel over apple. Cool for 30 minutes on buttered foil. Top with anything of the following: caramel, apple toppings, red cinnamon candies, peanuts, salted or honey roasted, white chocolate melted, banana chips, drizzled smooth peanut butter, milk and dark chocolate, milk chocolate and dark chocolates melted, chopped pecans, shaved coconut, apple pie spice or chili powder, toffee candy, toffee chocolate bar melted, granola cereal, candy coated milk chocolate pieces, orange zest, coarsely shredded, drizzle of honey. Okay. I'm surprised they let these on here. Carbonated blood. Oh, it's not a recipe. Carbonated blood. Somewhere in Ohio, there's a soda vending machine that instead of selling root beer, inside the can you will find the cool carbonated blood of people who go missing on the roads in the middle of the night. It does not take paper money, despite having the apparatus necessary. Instead, it takes your blood. Blood for blood, but not willingly. So when do you find out? Cardboard box. I still remember that awful day. I was cleaning out my basement when I came across an old cardboard box. It was quite beat up. There was a large scratch across the front. The box did not seem familiar. Very strange. I stood there staring at the box. The air seemed to press against me. The other strange thing was that it was taped shut with regular old Scotch tape. How unusual. I considered opening it, but every time when I went to rip off the tape, my heart raced. I closed my eyes and sighed. I opened them again and went to open this strange box. I lifted my fingers, then, ever so slowly, ever so gently, I began to pull off the tape. I lifted the flaps. To this day, my basement door remains bolted shut. Alright, so now you gotta just wonder, what the hell did this person see? 'Cause, Jesus, that's a hell of a reaction. Alright. I can't, cardinal sins. I can't go outside anymore. There are demonic beasts everywhere outside my house. I can see them from my window, watching me. I told my wife to be careful out there, and now she's dead. She died of the illness these monsters carry. They used to swarm us when we went to our car. She said they were making their home close, she said they were making their home close to where we were walking. I saw the truth. They were attacking us, trying to kill us. I can see it in their faces. Big, black masks covering their eyes, and their bodies a bright, bloody red. Their mouth is an elongated cone, the color of which looks like dried blood. This is, no doubt, from their other victims. I sit here watching them, and they watch me. They are no doubt waiting for me to run out of food so that I'll be forced to go outside. That's when they will kill me. I will sooner die of starvation rather than die of their clawed hands. It's funny, though. I never understood as a child. But now I know why they call them cardinal sins. It's an interesting take on, like, a bird, basically. A bird basically killing you. Alright, so I think that's gonna be it. Sitting here getting close to 5 hours. Cardinal sins. Let me write that down. Alright. So yeah. Yeah, it's a little long. Yep. Okay, so this was good. I think this did well. Let's see how many we actually read through. Black Widows is what we got. So 85 items. That's what we read through tonight. 85 items. That's pretty good. And that's how many in all? 294. Just a little under 300 so far. If I get a little earlier start at some point, be able to go a little faster. Now, I might try and stream after work a couple times. I don't get off work till 10:30. It's about a half-hour commute, so I'd only be able to stream for like an hour maybe. But maybe it'll be worth it because that's a lot of CreepyPasta to go through. And some bold assumptions on how far we'd get. But I think that's about it for tonight. I'm ready to call it out. So, thank you for watching. Feel free to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you want to be my buddy. Feel free to check out the links below for Discord, Facebook, Twitter, Patreon, all that jazz. It should be all set up. And always remember, you have potential. Bye.